Alrighty. Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we are doing a live stream. And we've got a bunch of interesting coding to do, and first thing we're going to do is, firstly, I will mention for the one person who has showed up, this is a nice confined way of expressing things that otherwise have just gone to my Patreon and some other stuff like that. There's a new project coming out, which is a project from Paul of the Surge XT project. And that's an all-in-one Airwindows plugin that covers clap, VST3, LV2, and who knows what else. I'm given to understand it does crazy things. Like, for instance, here's a quote from somebody responding, saying, "Thanks, I'm trying it out already, and I'm in love with how the clap plugin lets me spread parameters with Bitwig's voice stack modulations. All of a sudden, I can get an Airwindows plugin multiplied times 16 with each voice's parameter mapped to be independently modulated according to the golden ratio, and all of this polyphonically." I don't understand what most of that means, but it sounds amazing. And so this is exciting. This is an exciting time. And one of the things that happened as a result of, hey Alexander, as a result of this coming out, is somebody ran into a problem with K Cathedral inside this plugin, but they were so sharp that they were able to get better information than I've got so far from their debuggers or whatever. I think they're a Linux user, so they had a bunch of information popping up. Hey, Jonathan. And they found that a particular parameter was not showing up. And I can show you what that parameter is, too. Because what we're going to do is update everything in place. You can see that in K Cathedral 2, we've got all this stuff going on. And then we've got this thing called AVLFL. This is one of the key things where I started moving in the direction of a more Bracasti-like behavior. It's a filter that takes the lowest frequencies and is able to delay them a little more than everything else. That proved incredibly useful. But see how we've got all this stuff? Count AL, count AR, blah, blah, blah. And we've got count Z, which presumably is pre-delay. And we've got a count VLF. But look over here. Here's where we define everything. Here's all of our counts. Do you see a count VLF? You see a count Z. We don't see a count VLF. That's being used uninitialized, and it got by me. And I'll tell you, one of the reasons it got by me is because that problem is inherited from the original K Cathedral. So it doesn't break all the time. And most of the time when I was testing and using it, nothing happened. It almost never gave me a problem on any of my test stuff because the way that code runs, it mostly catches itself, and it has to be a really unusual thing to crash the program, but it can be. So what we're going to do to start off the day is go in, and I think in honor of the fact that it's a Linux guy that found it first, we'll do Linux first. And we're going to go in and fix K Cathedral and K Cathedral 2 from the bug that had it occasionally crashing on people, including me. It did sometimes crash for me. And I never was able to figure it out until now. And we're going to fix all of those things by adding the same line each time to both versions, which also means This is of, oh, also Kplate doesn't have this. None of the other, Clear Coat, Cloud Coat, they don't have this. Only K Cathedral so far had this particular thing. And it's the test bed for me moving in the direction of doing those Bricasti style ones. So the fact that it was crashing on me, I assumed I was just running the computer too hard, which is not true. Now that I have found, or that somebody else has found, now that I understand and can fix this problem, I can move forward on different Bricasti themed reverbs, knowing that this was the problem. So that's pretty exciting. And so here's how we're going to go and do that. I believe in the VST it is K Cathedral CPP, where here's our code, here's our stuff. And that's all you need. That's all it needs to fix that bug. So what I'm going to do is I will copy it, and then we're just going to go through and fix everything. But note, well, actually, hang on. This is not the proc. So this is actually going to fix both the versions, which is good. Nothing wrong with that. Same thing. See, once you know what you're doing, and yet this is just where we were, I will double check that I have got it right. And that's the thing that I needed to add. And I'm going to, once I finish doing this, I'm going to post to the Discord and tell Paul that I'm ready to go. Although what he has said is once you finished it and pushed it up to get, push the button again, which is the button that builds all of the things, including, I might add, the new plugin that patrons of mine are told about. I think Paul actually, somebody should tell him that you can join as a free member, because he joined just to be able to respond to people in my Patreon chat. It's like, okay, I'm not going to complain. Maybe he's that happy about what I'm doing that he wants to throw me like $20 a year or whatever. I should tell him it doesn't actually get you anything. There is no special thing that you benefit from that, because that's not how I roll. It is appreciated, but I'm not looking for him. He's doing so much already that I'm not looking for him to also pay me. That said, all of that keeps me going, so not going to behave in any way as if that's a bad thing. It's not. And here we are. There is in the audio units, it is the CPP file. And once we're finished with this, we're going to jump into the retro computer and do some coding there, because I've got a stack of stuff that I'm quite looking forward to putting out. It looks a little scrambled at the moment, and that's because when I change from the normal screen view to the streaming, which is this view, it's not really great at keeping everything on the desktop in the same place. So I don't see why not. I'm not sure whether it's, I have not checked, but AUV3 is one of the things that Juice is apparently able to do. I just don't have any idea what to do with AUV3s. So I'm a bit at a loss there, but let's see, where are we at? Here is Cathedral V2. There's the Mac AU. Same deal for the signed Mac AU. This is also where you can pick up on the occasional like Easter eggs and secret plugins, of which I'm playing fairly close to the vest with my key things going on, but that's fine too because it doesn't really matter terribly much. It's just for fun. I know that I'm doing some of my work to formally facilitate the new plugin coming along. Let's see, save that. Making sure that I am staying focused with this, even if it means my streaming game is less than it might otherwise be. Here we are at MacSigned AU, down to MacSigned VST. There's some cleanup to do here. Again, the CPP file for the VST builds is where we instantiate stuff. So I don't actually need to make multiple copies of it. I just have to make sure that all of these relevant things are updated properly. One of those ones where I don't really get to fumble it. This is supposed to fix the problem, and it's also what I build on for future plugins. So I'm just rolling with whatever level of impaired focus I've got. I'm still working on my second cup of coffee for the morning, and there's limits to how far I can go with that. Like the other day, I drank too much coffee and felt quite ill, so I can't really do that. So I kind of just got to go along with what I can do at any given moment, and that is so often the case. That's usually how things work. People kind of work that way. We want to be so much better than ourselves, and yet we fall back on our simple human limitations, which also gives rise to opportunities because it means you can have unexpected results. This is the unexpected result I did not want. I'm going to take a brief moment and look into Chamber AR. Chamber AR definitely does not have VLF, but it probably also doesn't have that as a variable. But we'll find out. If this turns out to be true, I have to go back again and do all of these. We shall see. Nope, it goes right to count Z. There is no VLF section here. It would have showed up here. So there you have it. And here we are in double check mode. Yep, we're good. Mac VST. I have already covered. I'm just trying to find out like how quickly have I burned through this successfully doing everything. Yep, we're good. Sort of spot checking because I'm all about like, did I go through this and then am I overlooking obvious stuff? Also, we've got a little bit of heavy rain and thunder here, so it's possible that my stream will just cut out. Hopefully not. I hope not. If it did, I would still be able to code on the retro laptop because that is on a battery. But other things would kind of, the stream would drop out. Hopefully that's not going to happen. We'll see. If it does, I try to come back online as best I can. One of the problems with burning through stuff like this is I'm moving so fast while also talking about additional things that I can't tell where I am. That's always a challenge. It's one of the reasons I don't like enormous amounts of abstraction in programming. I like stuff to be spelled out because I will need to reorient myself. And that was the final for that. Okay, so so here's my next step, doing some work with this. And you can't see me doing it, but this is me fussing with it just a little bit. And that will count as many changes, so I will momentarily see just how many changes I'm writing K Cathedral because here's my so in my commit message, I am thanking Naren by name because that's the person that found it, and that's the person who suggested, oh, if I just add this, which was supposed to be there, then it works. So there you go. What just happened? Okay, let's quit out of the terminal and start that over again because something went wrong. Something went horribly wrong. I need to focus. Let me focus. I can but try. I don't know why that went horribly wrong. All I was doing was trying to do a commit message, but something terrible happened. But then this is my sequence of operations. It's the get add message. Here's the commit message. Maybe it's simply because I typed an exclamation point. I don't know. But, yep. And that's 12 files changed. That's all of the instances of K Cathedral. So, good enough then. We ran the get sequences correctly. And we have pushed and before answering next question, I have to do the additional thing that I needed to do. Ooh, I hear thunder. And that would be this. Since I'm logged into my GitHub stuff, we're going to the Actions section where I have access to this, and that runs the workflow. And that's not all of the workflow, but it's the thing that runs these things. And these are the things that build the plugins. And so the rest of this is just like getting this to go. So that should be good. This is the genius of Paul, to the extent that he would want to be described as a genius, which I don't know if he would or not. To me, he is, because he is the one that understands how to work with these systems and make them do what he wants. And in this case, what he wants to do is make GitHub build all kinds of stuff successfully. So now we're going to do the Discord shuffle, where it's constantly trying to check for updates. And bounce over to this, and Paul is already up and hacking on stuff. Oh, the Airwindows clap isn't actually polyphonic, so maybe I don't want to keep that comment. Alrighty. So I guess that means I throw away both of these little notes that you can't actually see. You can kind of see them here. One of them being the fix for K Cathedral, and the other one being the fellow who was talking about what was going on, a response that I got to that end. Okay, so now that I can divide my attention a little bit, Nick asks, would you be able to recommend a concise guide to the kind of code you work on? Well, we're about to be literally working on the code. And you say there's a few plugins I want to add output gain controls to, and you don't want to bother you for it. Fair. I don't know how to answer that. Let's just work on some code. I mean, maybe it's just a very obvious question, but maybe I'm just not very clever. So here's POP3 mono, and I'm going to show you what these are too. Because this is a day for maybe not doing really hard stuff, but just making VSTs out of stuff. So first I'm going to clean up my screen so that it becomes neater. Also, let's see how close this has got. I've got somebody who's specifically asking me for distance-related stuff, and I know I have an update to that end. So how far did I get it? How far did I get it while I was working on it? And I may or may not need to patch in the full monitor speakers for this. Pretty sure it builds. Yeah, I have to watch the drinking of too much coffee because it hurts me. This is water, which is much smarter to drink. So one of the things that I try to, like, in my recovery life, seeing as I am a long-term recovering addict, so I have based a lot of things around sort of self-betterment kind of stuff. One of the things I'm working on is trying to not push myself to 99% effort literally all the time. Because when I do that, I just break. And that's no fun. Nor is it particularly helpful. Let's see where we've got. And maybe it would be a good idea to get out this thing. Optical adapter. And run my, it should probably be the slightly longer cable because it's somewhat restrictive, but as long as it works, that's the important thing. And plug that optical cable in. I've actually got an enormously long optical cable, but that's a little excessive. Plus, I'm not sure how it compares to this one that I'm using right now. And then let's see what kinds of things we can do with various stuff. Oh, no, nobody pushes me to 99%. I just naturally do that. It's how I got to where I'm at. I just need to learn how to manage it responsibly is the thing. It's the drug addict thing, honestly. The drug addict thing is when you're the kind of person that cannot ever be really satisfied with anything. If you got high, you got to get more high. If you program things, you got to more program things. And if you're doing plugins and trying to make them sound good, they have to sound more good. And that's how stuff gets to where it is. Let's see. Distance 3. Okay. So let's see what we've actually got here. We've got our top dB control. And that is indeed set to be very loud. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think that's satisfactory. It certainly beats any previous distance I've made, so there's that. Might be nice for things like reverbs and stuff. And then if you did not have it at 130 dB, if you instead you had it at 120 dB, it's still having an effect, but it's not nearly as aggressive. Oh, are you the one who is asking? In any case, this is it. This is the thing that I can give, so that can be bumped up a little bit. It looks to be about ready to go. Mile away sound. This is not necessarily accurate, it's just a way of marking stuff. And then if you could hear a mile away from something that quiet, it would be way, way quieter. Half a mile. Oh, thank you, tweeting in. And then dry sounds like this. So with that, you never get bright highs at a distance. Air simply will stop doing that. Like you got your brightness, but then if you were half a mile away, you're going to lose all that hat stuff for the most part. This is, half a mile is still quite a lot. Quarter mile. It's interesting to me that I'm losing the hats immediately. Like I can hear hats here, but then on the full wet, kind of not even a thing. Which makes me wonder whether this positioning is actually useful, but that's another story. I mean, I can get a relevant number going on. And yeah, it all appears to be working. I'm ready to consider that, ready to go. So what we're going to do is step back over here, build it again, and then copy the results to the places I want it to be. Also, I think in my warm-up of getting rolling with streaming, and I should jump back on to, especially since I'm not actually showing the streaming computer's stream, I should bounce back onto Discord, which is now not being shown. And I believe Paul is done. It's like, then no more changes today. Presumably that's going to be true. And then we're ready for the weekend launch already, even though it's only Tuesday. We'll keep an eye out for whether there are any bugs or things that continue to pop up as we go. But all in all, looking pretty good. So what I'm looking at here is distance 3. And what I was beginning to say there was, I think I am going to, I don't know, either finish my cup of coffee or whatever, put on some music, and go visit like the restroom and maybe snack on some peanuts or something, and just try to settle in to a workday in better physical health. Because that's what I'm looking at right now. Is I have apparently been pushing really hard over the last couple of days without really noticing it. So I'm at 101 and ready to fall over. And it's not great, so we'll see what I can do to do that better. But first, a couple of little things. Oh, can you not? Are you supposed to be able to type in the DRES settings, though? Because, Jonathan, this is exactly what you would talk about this week. Yeah, double check on that. I'll bring it to Paul's attention if it turns out that that is a special case. It seems weird. Why would it be only the DRES settings? In any case, distance 3 goes in there. And then I need to step through these things. All of this is waiting for me to do, so we'll start with distance 3. And here's the process that I normally go through for this stuff. And I must remember this part. We have a thing I must do for all of these. Every single time when I do that template, I have to apply this to it. See where it says gain? all of this is set up to be a gain plugin. And what am I thinking? I don't need to think, I just need to choose. And then we do replace all and replace gain with distance 3. When I do that, and the files and folders is set correctly, it says it's changed these things, and then I need to change the names of the files. Honestly, on days like this when I'm kind of struggling, those are the days when I feel like I'm this strange hybrid between genius and profoundly retarded. And I've had to learn to get used to that. That just has to be fine. It's like people calculating how many spoons they have for the day, and they're figuring out whether they can shower or whether they are able to eat. I've seen a wonderful cookbook for people like that, where it is a cookbook for if you are so depressed that you can't do anything. Like you can't stand, you know. How do you do a cookbook for somebody who is so depressed they cannot stand? Well, the cookbook takes stuff like that into account. Like, this is where you have like chips or whatever in a bag beside you, and just stack up bags beside you until you can get your feet under you enough that you could do things like eat a tin of beans or something, you know, who knows. But the calculation of stuff like that is second nature to me because I've lived that way for a long time. To some extent, being so depressed that I can't stand, but also all of this stuff where, you know, oh, I should look it up. I ran across it on Hacker News. And I can look on the internet on the streaming computer. Found it. I will show it. Give me a second. I will switch right over. If it in fact loads. This is the one. It is called the Sad Bastard Cookbook, Food You Can Make So You Don't Die. And that being funny about it is perfect. Those are times when, like, you need to be able to be sympathized with and stuff. So for me, the recipes to make when I've worked a 16-hour day are profoundly more likely. I have typically not got You Can't Stop Crying and You Don't Know Why, possibly because I'm very male-coded, so I will tend to break in other ways rather than becoming emotional in that way. Or if I woke up an eldritch abomination at the bottom of the ocean, well, that I might do. But yeah, it is, you know, content warnings for all of these kinds of things. Dark humor, oh boy, yes, is it. I don't own it, but I honestly could see going and getting it. I would enjoy having this cookbook just to be there. Let me see whether I can look inside it in any way. I want to find shared pages from it, at which point I will show it. Oh, look at that. There's a preview. Boom. We've got a preview. A beautiful preview. So there's ingredients and things, stuff to keep in your kitchen and so on. It's just a ramen section. Apocalypse ramen, so it's intensely chaotic. Oh, Mystic. Well, thank you. I think that I'm not making any particular effort to be funny, but that's how. But I do enjoy. I have favorite comedians. I am a big fan of LoadingReadyRun out of Victoria, British Columbia, in Canada. Pasta. Let's see how much of this we've got. What other kinds of things? Eggs and bread variations. Lentils in a pot. So a lot of these not particularly fancy recipes, but nor are they meant to be. Oh, see, this is smart. I like keeping ice cream around because you can just get it. Also, if it is sufficiently cold, you can't eat that much of it at once. And you can eat it. I definitely eat it out of the tub literally all of the time. There is no special cup for putting ice cream in, partly because the way that I eat it, I shouldn't be ladling a large enough amount of it into anything before putting it back away again. Ideally, if I am eating ice cream, and no, I don't eat it like a giant ice cream cone. If I'm eating it as part of what I'm doing to just have energy and get through the day and keep functioning, it's there to supply fat and some sugar and flavor and pleasure. And what I'll want to do is have it warmed up just enough. I can even, during the winter, I will hold it pointed towards the face of the wood stove, so just the top layer warms up enough that you can scrape off pieces of ice cream from it. But what I'm going to do there is eat basically a couple of small spoonfuls, enjoy the hell out of them, and put it back in the freezer again. That's how I approach it. So if I am burning through an entire tub of ice cream in a sitting, I know something is terribly wrong. Oh, here's Moroccan oranges. Not today, scurvy, not today. This book is very funny. I seriously need to go and buy it. It is awesome. So oranges and cinnamon. Slice the oranges and put cinnamon. And then make goo out of the leaky juice in the cinnamon, and then put more cinnamon. And then eat them, although you don't have to eat the peel unless you could. Microwave apples, okay. This is apparently a chocolate pudding recipe. And it even, we don't measure ingredients lightly. Fair. But yeah, one of the things about being funny is people are usually funny for a reason. And that's just part of the human condition. Everybody has a slightly different human condition. Interestingly, you're not supposed to peel potatoes. Let's go back to the food you can make so you don't die cookbook. So here's the kind of stuff they have, and I swear I'm going to get this. The next time I go and do the Amazon thing for stuff that I can't get elsewhere, because I like to get stuff elsewhere when I can. This is the way they go around. Oh, 24. Let's look at literal depression cooking. Can we click to that? No. Let's see what they've got to say about that. Oh, meaning literally the Great Depression. Fine. I have not actually tried pasta in a rice cooker, but anyway, so that's cool. Also, A funny thing about how that works, switching away from the fixing the problem with K Cathedral and publicly accounting for it and pushing it and posting to the Surge Discord saying that I'd done so, and then immediately switching over to this coding screen, bouncing over to that sad bastard cookbook and talking about it made my sort of stomach and state of physical health feel better. Go figure. That's sometimes how stuff works. This is also why in my streaming days I like plugging in stuff like Minecraft days too, which I don't think is going to be today. I don't feel that's going to be needed today. This is a bit of an upswing day for me. I find one of the things that seems to affect me is biorhythms. And I could easily believe that that would affect some people and other people not so much, and other people maybe they are just not on the same time schedules, because it seems very weird and arbitrary that you can specify like a mental cycle that works this number of days and a physical cycle that works this number of days and an emotional cycle that works this number of days, and insist that it always has to be the same number of days for all humans. That sounds completely crazy to me. So the idea with biorhythm is literally that you have, these three types of cycles, and they go this particular number of days, and it's always going to be that, meaning that you're going to have ups and down swings, but the ups and down swings are going to be specific. And yes, you want to keep an eye out for, like triple low, the days when literally everything is on the peak of the downswing, and so they just absolutely suck. Or triple highs where everything is working super well. I have sometimes gone on the calendar, found like my biorhythm information, because if you know what you're doing, you can just make a repeating event on the calendar and have that be it. You don't actually have to subscribe to anything. And I have gone through really rough periods and looked back on them, having not checked on the biorhythm, and gone, oh, intellectual high, emotional low. That sounds like a bad day. And usually that's how that works for me, is I don't really have to keep an eye out for, everything being high or everything being low. The conditions I watch for are like emotional low and intellectual high, which seems to translate to negative thoughts in all of them constantly and not being able to shut them off, because intellectual high doesn't seem to really be about I'm smarter these days and I'm dumb on intellectual low days. Instead, it seems to be just the pressure of spontaneous ideas and whether they're going to be nice or not. And technically right now, my biorhythms are, this Wednesday going to be emotional high and intellectual low. And it's not making it like, well, maybe I was talking just a little bit earlier about like, oh, I can't keep track of this stuff. But it's a fairly grounded feeling day where I feel I can get a bunch of stuff done. And that's how it's been playing out. And then in a couple of weeks, I'm going to have a period where I might be opting for just, we're going to do Minecraft streams, because it'll be an intellectual high and emotional low day, and that's a fine time for me to just arbitrarily go like, okay, self-care day. We're going to play video games. We're not going to really push too hard, and I've built, like what you can see here is literally a backlog. And I can go through this stuff, which I suppose on an intellectual high day, all of this falls together incredibly naturally, whereas on an intellectual low day, it might be like, I'm kind of feeling today, it's like, wait, where was I at? What was the thing that I was doing? Also, I have on the Discord, Bacon Paul is asking, Paul is that button that I am pushing, he's in control of stuff. And we're actually having a little bit of a conversation. So we're going to end up talking with Paul here. I'm going to keep him off screen. So yeah, he is thinking of an idea. I could be showing you him thinking of this idea, but I won't unless he wants me to. Yeah, that's more or less a privacy kind of thing. It's like, are you telling people that you're going over the internet and there's 8 people that are watching? And maybe anybody else going through the live streams. Yeah, because I don't think my stream of consciousness Discord is very compelling content. In fact, if you went and watched it, I can drag in chat too. So now we have chat and chat definitely gets to be on the live stream because it is literally already on YouTube. Now, the interesting thing about this not being able to type in settings, if he's watching the stream, we'll put the chat back, and then you got the chat. It might be just because it's a different kind of control, but since they're all based on the VST, they should all be doing the same thing. So different kinds of controls don't invert from string. So yeah, and Jonathan is also asking, how would I use Disintegrate on a mix? I probably wouldn't. What I typically do is use the nonlinearity version of it. Disintegrate is not, we don't even actually have it, so I was making a lot of noise about how the intellectual low and emotional high, which is what this week is about, maybe that's how that's expressing itself, is that my brain is it's not racing ahead or having horrible or negative thoughts, but I'm really plodding along, it seems. So how would I use disintegrate on a mix? Well, its discontinuity is the one that I am trying to build into things, such as, oh, and Paul says you can type in the DRes controls. So let me have a brief look at, you can do it on Pocky 1. Oh, Paul may see chat. This is, I'm not on Pocky 2. And it would be literally Pocky. I'm still bouncing off of that question of how I would use disintegrate on a mix. So like my answer there is basically I wouldn't. And the short answer is I'm looking to use discontinuity in a variety of places, including on the summing part of the mix, like on, for instance, console X bus. So that does count as using it on a mix. But what I would be doing is, if I was using discontinuity on a mix, I would set it so that it was not heinously distorted. And I would, Paul is finding an answer while I talk. So what I would be doing is selecting the loudness that the loudest possible sound in the mix would be. And setting it to that, deciding how loud that would be. And it would not be counting as making a big obvious effect. You would barely hear it, but it would have a subtle textural coloration. And on quieter sounds, it wouldn't really kick in. When you bring up disintegrate, specifically disintegrate is all about having a lot more flexibility. Oh. You have to live stream. Okay. Well, I'm used to chatting. So that is something that I typed without saying. So what I would assume is that is somewhat arbitrary. Shouldn't it be the other way around? B times 12 plus 4, and within. Well, no, hang on. No, that can't be right because there are not. I don't need the outside layer of parens. Okay, in any case, what I'm also doing, and we'll keep talking, and I'll bounce back to the Surge chat if I need to for any reason. But I was in the middle of doing the VStification for this. Yeah. Oh, okay. So Jonathan, you were thinking about how would I use disintegrate on a mix, assuming that you had to make it go audibly splat, and you don't. It is one of those ones where using it in normal circumstances would be making it so you could barely hear it. Or indeed that you didn't, because some of the stuff like the acceleration plugin is designed so that used properly, you don't hear what it's doing, but it is still controlling extreme treble peaks. So let me do some of this stuff, drink my last sip of coffee and probably some more water. And when I have finished with the distance 3, I think maybe it's time enough for me to, I can nurse another cup of coffee over the next 2 hours or so. If even that might not be necessary. And I want to get through this bit. So what I do when I'm doing this is there's a sequence of things that I must follow as far as making this process work. Here's one. It's a template. The reason I'll sometimes get stressed out over this stuff is if I make tiny mistakes here, it can catch up with me and cause difficult to find problems, or just quit working and leave me frustrated. And I consider none of this is intelligent work. Everybody's expected to know all of these things by heart, I guess, and I simply don't, so I just struggle with it. And here is product name in the old VST thingy that we're doing. And then we got to go through here, and we're replacing that with this. This is where it's looking for different files, and we're telling it to look for the correct files. You know, sometimes stuff like this, like the audio unit templates, there's a bunch of stuff in there that I just have to type out every time, and it's because I am not able to understand how to make Xcode templates really work properly. So I'm just kind of hacking them. And there's multiple different ways of doing Xcode templates, and they change over time, and I'm never able to follow them. Hey, sweeter than anything. Or anything else, really. So I just have to do my best with what I've got. Here's an example. We have now got distance 3 ready to make. And in fact, I have that as the first thing in my list for stuff I need to do today. So we're going to go to the AUs while hiding secret decoder ring plugins that haven't come out yet. It's Easter eggs for people who want to scan through my screen as I scroll through things to see what will end up happening. Oh, I'm happy that you're happy about Pair 2. It really did work out better than I expected. Also, over on the Discord, Paul says the button's now safe, and he says, here's the full set I skip current Chris. I don't understand what that means, but... Okay, so custom arg. So that is apparently everything that we're not using, because it's stuff where I made the number in the the number of the VSTs. I wonder if I can make that be bigger. So that can't actually, that's not a full thing. That just is paren, pow, a, and then there's nothing else there. So that can't be true. Click expand. Okay. Boom. Oh, it's a much bigger list than all that. So it expanded, but it's still showing it as that can't actually be in the VST or it wouldn't compile. So I don't know what that is. Presumably it's a rather large formula. Oh, that's as much as AI parses. So what we're looking at, if I'm not mistaken, is Paul's system loads this in, and that's what it gets, and then tries to make sense of it. So these are a whole series of things that do multiple. We're trying to make it so that the number that's being displayed is the same number that I'm working with inside the plugin. So if I need to do a logarithmic behavior, it's going to look like this. For instance, let's look over here at cstrip F. This is going to produce a number on the screen that looks like a frequency calculation. And it's going to be 1570 plus 30, but there's also a logarithmic calculation. And here, that's what F times this means, because we're starting with 0 to 1. So yeah, and some of it, like this iron oxide, that is a beyond logarithmic scaling. B times B times B times B times 148. You could, and I could, rewrite that. I just have not currently done it. Also, we've got stuff like the D times 15, and then logical has B times B in parentheses, but there's no real reason that it would have to be. And yeah, Baki 2 has one like that. Yeah, so Paul, seeing that you're listening, what I could do is download that message, which is loaded in a blank empty screen. So now I've got this, which I'm not going to upload to the screen because this is where I literally just got it from. So Paul, understand that what I could do for any of these that you would like addressed, especially stuff like K played, honestly, that seems to me like that might come up again, is I could easily come up with a default way of approaching this that would be easier to parse. Some of this is fairly predictable. Like that stuff in biquad double is clearly the same formula that exists in cstrip. It's slightly different numbers, but it's always going to be the same. This times this and B times B or C times C. The question is whether to clean up the places, such as in iron oxide, where it gets unusually fancy. The problem is I should know your. So for those who aren't familiar with this, the way that I work with Paul is I do stuff. Hopefully it's cool. Not all of it makes it into the Surge project, but hopefully they're cool. And then every now and then Paul is like, oh, I could do this, and writes a thing that slurps all of the code together and builds it on GitHub and makes plugins, which is a level beyond what I can currently do. Meanwhile, I'm continuing to write a new plugin every week, and when there's something like, for instance, clap, that we both value and want to support, I can be like, oh, I bet you could do the rack thing and make a clap. And Paul be like, yeah, I bet I could. And then work on Surge some more and work on various things. And under those circumstances, my job is to wait until it comes into focus. At which point it becomes one of those things like, today I have the inspiration. I'm going to charge through, set up this elaborate machine, which is beyond what I could build, and then get it bug-free for the time being and working, assuming nothing changes. I'm always suspicious that something will change out from underneath the complicated system, at which point it'll break. But that's how that works. So, Paul, it's not about being lazy. It's about working with your workflow, which will always wander off and go away from working with Airwindows style things or projects that interact with mine. This is the reason I have mentioned a number of times. Paul has mentioned, oh, geez, I should make a DAW someday. I could never do that. That's on a level beyond what I'd be able to do, especially cross-platform. But if he does, like, sign me up. I will bring everything that I can to the table. It just depends on, does he want something? Ooh, and it says lazy in the Larry Wall sense, like lazy is the greatest virtue of any programmer. I'm not sure I agree with Larry Wall. Isn't Larry Wall the guy that made Perl? Perl is famously the language where you can have paint splatters on a wall, use OCR, and 80% of them will be a legit Perl program. This just all kinds of stuff. But yeah. So that's very cool and so on. But people have all of Perl is how this whole thing works. Perl is how all this stuff is being parsed. My point being, I now have this as a text file. So, you can call it lazy if you want. I can observe that a bunch of it is different forms of, B times B times B times B times something, or B times B times something. And it's usually in that format. It could be more regular. What I was offering is to make it much more regular so that I'd strip out the extraneous parens for multiplications so that there were less special cases in the Perl. But if you want to call it lazy and be like, no, I should be able to parse all the parens and so on and so forth, okay, I'm not going to argue. I'm just volunteering to do some of the work for you. And fair enough. So there we go. Paul has already parsed through the parens. How about I just switch back over to my coding stream? So the list dropped by 30%. So the thing that I saved is no longer relevant because some of it is already solved. This is how this kind of works, I think, I'll bring up something like that. I will see it as a problem, but somebody could see it as a challenge or go like, well, why shouldn't I be able to parse that? If I look at it, I understand what it means. And yeah. Whereas what I would naturally want to do is, for instance, in Pocky 2, where it says 4.0 plus B times 12, I'd want to reverse that so that it would automatically be in a given sequence. Like the iron oxide 5, fewer extraneous parentheses, so that it would just take, D times, and then you'd have, because it's all, these letters. Also note that in a new plugin, which you don't have yet, a new plugin that's not going to show up in this stuff, because it is a new plugin that has 36 controls, because it's Console X in development. But that will and does have VST versions where they are no longer A or anything like that. Instead, they are 3-letter sequences having to do with the control being manipulated. And I've been running around doing a bunch of work in Text Wranglers, what I have on the retro computer, to parse stuff. Oh, and Bacon Paul has got a hop, which is cool, because all I'm doing is I'm going to do a little of this coding, and we're going to port a bunch of things to VST2 and go forward. What I'm eager to do is come up with a workflow and not a Paul-style Perl clever person workflow, but one of my primitive workflows where I'm just following a list of stuff written in a text file, or indeed printed out on a page. I have a page like that. A couple of them, in fact. So when I do stuff to work with, sometimes my bandwidth is so limited that I would be doing that sad bastard cookbook stuff. And so what I need to have is things like this. This is a actually no, this is the two-sided one, but this is where I started. This is the porting to Windows VST list. And it has stuff on it. I just follow these instructions. Whether or not I feel incapable of thinking doesn't matter, because I've worked it out. And it does things like drag in a copy of VST project to projects, which is a folder in the hosted version of the VST thingy. Drag in the ch and proc-c files for the plugin. Open in Visual Studio Control-Shift-O. Rename VST Project 32 to your plugin 32. Click on Header Files and hit Shift-Alt-A and add the H file. It's just a whole sequence of things like that. For instance, once I've built the 32-bit one, rename your plugin 32 to your plugin 64. Click another folder in Solution Explorer, not the menu. Then click the menu to set the project to 64. And this is because I've tried to do that sequence of operations and just gone directly to the menu, and it didn't actually rename the thing, so it broke and didn't work. So I have to make a physical note on paper explaining all the dumb little steps that I need to take, because there will be days when, for instance, I'm thinking about how am I going to make a reverb sound like this Bricasti patch that I have on the $4,000 reverb that I bought to study. How am I going to make the audio from my plugin sound like that? And if the back of my brain is so full of what am I going to do? What am I going to do? How am I going to make the bass do the thing that I hear happening in the Bricasti plugin, but I haven't yet figured it out? And that's what led to the update that I did this morning, which should already be in place. Because what I did to make that work was this VLF buffer, which is another additional delay buffer that only applies to a filtered version of the sound. So I split the sound, and then I apply that, and then I bring the lows back in for what's being fed to the reverb a little bit later. It takes longer to develop, and I believe that's what's going on in the Bricasti. But while I'm thinking of stuff like that, I can't think of stuff like this. It's too much. It's just too much. Or stuff like this. This is how to take the working audio unit. You can see it's a little bit scruffy, like it's seen some wear, and that's because I bring this page out over and over again. I'm never likely to remember everything on it. But when I need to take the audio unit and turn it into the signed version, I'm transferring it to a different computer system. It's a very different version of Xcode. So you edit the plugin CPP file, where it says component entry parenthesis becomes audio component underscore entry AU base factory, and then what was already there before. Some of it you could do a search and replace on, and that's how I got all of that stuff working first, was do a whole, like all 300 plugins, and then start going through and doing as much of this stuff as I could that just sort of duplicated everything. When you open the Xcode, I've got like delete folders in red, public utility and AU public, and drag in the SDK for core audio. And then go through and set all of these weird settings. It took ages to figure this stuff out as to which settings needed to be what. And I'm not going to... I don't want to make it embarrassing. Folks like Paul don't necessarily run into the same problems. Some of it is obvious to them. Because it's a different domain. It's a different section of stuff going on. I would like to think that from years of doing things like what most recently gave you the Pair 2 filter, in which the original Pair filter made some unusual choices, like a fixed frequency settings where you could only have a couple of frequencies. And then I added the discontinuity, which came from the original capacitor filter, which came from studying how Murata said that their ceramic capacitors worked. We're still getting a little bit of thunder. Did you hear that? I probably am talking over it. Hopefully, if we lose power, then the stream will go poof. But I'll still be able to code on the VSTs for what that's worth. I'm not sure. If I lose power, then the stream will go away. If I lose power, I'll try to come back later. We'll see. And maybe I won't even lose power. We'll see. But yeah, I would like to think that my ability to make stuff sound in certain ways is equally mysterious to folks who find this other stuff very much second nature. That said, that's a good recipe for becoming really arrogant. So I would just like to consider that there may be levels upon which I have something useful to bring there. And that's why I'm, and check this out. Here is my default VST stuff, where I'm now using 26 possible inputs, even though I should only include 10 of them. I mean, 26, it's like that's already too many to fit into these new things. Although Paul says that there's not necessarily a limit for the clap and VST version, but there's a limit for the rack version, unless he comes up with a way of doing the rack version to have more available. Anywho, it says disv because it started out as dist for distance, and then I incremented it by 1, so t became u, and then u has become v. And so that's the way I do some of these things. Not all of them, but some of them. I've tried to keep it fairly consistent. I tend to be very consistent with this stuff. And we're going to sort of walk through some of this stuff and see what we can do. Don't have that many controls. Mystic is using CMake. Yeah, Paul's another fan of CMake, honestly. I even have a CMake program. Check this out. I've never actually used this in any effective way. I can run a literal CMake app. I have no idea what this is. This is not standard macOS interface, and they have poorly designed it to the point where you can't necessarily read the default dark setting that happens to be how I've got my environment set up. And you don't have a menu item in the CMake menu for preferences. So it makes it harder to read the information here. And there is no preferences thing to say, please use the non-dark setting. Instead, we're just stuck with that. And we've got some checkboxes. And then we have a search menu where it is so dark you can't really read it very well. And then the search menu is a very small window indeed, because apparently I've made this tiny. And I bet if I stretch it, it will stop doing that. But I don't think I've ever resized this. This just came this way. Yep. So it is limiting the smallness, and this is the way they design their interface. These are the parts that change. And there you are. So some of it looks like enough. I have very little idea as to how you go about using this. There's presets, but it's grayed out. And I have no idea what to do with this, but a CMake app exists. You don't have to use terminal necessarily. I don't know why you would use that, because I use terminal for anything that I'm actually doing CMake in. Maybe it helps you construct CMake calls. That would not be unreasonable. By contrast, and I guess I'm not going to show that on screen because it shows my developer ID. I don't think you can do anything with that, but all the same. There is a program where it's called SD Notary, and what this is doing is it's basically making calls to terminal for code signing stuff. And that's what I use rather than using code signing on the terminal. So sometimes I use terminal for stuff and sometimes I don't. In any case, so check this out. Here's where we're at. We're going to try to port distance 3 AU to the VST version. You'll notice that we've got param 1, 2, and 3 compared with param A, B, C, and D. In newer versions of my AUs, it's going to be param A, B, and C, so that would actually be exactly the same. But it's never exactly the same, is it? It's always a little different. And I'm always just kind of interpreting stuff. In distance 3, we are going to be using 3 parameters, so we've got that. And then down here, that's the parameters again. Oh. And up here where we're defining stuff, we probably want to include this. That is part of discontinuity. It's sort of a basic setting for that. And that's the loudness calculation, where it says top dB is my label for everywhere I have discontinuity. And then I need to go down here. And grab this stuff. You'll note that it says L and only L. I believe for all of these I'm going to have to make it also be R. So let's do that now. Because my VSTs are stereo plugins. See where the bottom says FPD? And then this has an L and an R version. Some of my code, at least at this time, is set up so that I could kind of duplicate it over. And then if I am not mistaken, I can do a find and replace with stuff that's selected. Find all of the L's, sort of look at it to see whether it's changing anything I don't want. Like sometimes stuff in comments also gets changed. And then I hold down Option to only change the stuff in selection. Now I can further move this around so that it's more coherent, but I might not bother. At any rate, this is now defining a bunch of variables, but it's defining the left and the right variables, so it's no longer a dual mono plugin. Or, I mean, technically it will still be, but it will be able to do the thing. So here's where I have another circumstance that I'm looking at, where I have to think at least a tiny little bit. See where 0.5, 100, and 1.0. So we're replacing that with VST versions. We're only using 3 controls. We got to define the other stuff later. But I need to think in terms of if these are converted into what the VST version would be, which has to base off of a 0 to 1 control. I know how to get this top dB, but where would that be? And the answer is, I don't really care, but I know it'll be somewhere in the middle. And so we're going to be calling this 0.5, 0.5, and 1. Not 100, because that's the end result. that I'm trying to produce. And that's also going to be in this file. And then the 1 is because usually I'm going to be doing full wet for the output of this. So here I'm just going to trim a bunch of these things down to have only 3 things. In the version that I did on console X, which I must test before actually putting out, there's going to be a lot going on. That's probably one where I will literally have to be able to make a juice-enabled GUI plugin, because I have a problem with where I'm at. I'm going to just show this to you briefly for the 6 of you who are still here. This is why I can't have nice things. We can have console X, but now I can't actually use it, and because this doesn't actually scroll, and this doesn't fit within the window size that I have, and I can't push it up past the window to reach the stuff on the bottom. So I need to do my port to the modern Mac just to see whether I can open this up in Reaper, whether I can assign stuff off a control surface, like my itty-bitty music thing modular control surface, to the relevant parameters, whether I can open the plugin in Reaper and it all fits on the screen, whether in Reaper, unlike in Twisted Wave, or indeed in a modern version of Twisted Wave, can I open that window up and then still be able to access stuff that is so big that it doesn't fit on the screen? All of these questions. Like, you shouldn't necessarily have to buy a giant screen with giant resolution just to be able to use a plugin. So there are many questions and many considerations for me to be dealing with that stuff. But in this case, it's much simpler because we have only 3 controls. And my job here, and this is an example of 2 different other things you can do. I never use this db2 string, but you can. What's going to happen there is it's still going to be a 0 to 1, but it will show it in decibels automatically. And then this is a switch where, like in monitoring or whatever, it will show different choices. And presumably that's something that Paul's stuff is parsing correctly. And here's my final one. And now what we do is this is parameter label, and this is parameter name. Note that this has a unit. That's what parameter label is about. So what we're going to do, I need to make a GUI-less VST2 version of console X before I can make the other version. Ooh, high winds outside. Which would also involve making a GUI-less retro AU version of that. And in fact, that's what I have built first. Thing is that you have to be able to display 36 parameters? Because we're going to be walking through today some various different things that went into console X. And again, I need to build it and start using it. And I'm not willing to simply put it out as a GUI-less because of the immediate problems. MG, no offense, you silly man. I have views on stuff. Are you asking for yourself or are you asking it for me? I grew up on Captain Beefheart, Frank Zappa, and I've recently captured some of my Yes albums, which have taught me stuff. Oh, that's for yourself. Okay, because you could very easily have asked that, like, Why are you doing this when you suck so bad that you shouldn't make any noises? Well, art is expression. It's really important. Oh, well, no, there are people who legit think that. There are people, this is important enough that I'm going to go to like full display of, this is my monologue section. Art is personal expression. Otherwise, it wouldn't be art, it would be something else. There are no correct answers, but there are answers that are more or less likely to get large numbers of people excited about them. One of the things I'm most excited about with the stuff I'm doing with Meter is that I'm unearthing secret like hit record formulas that people keep reverting to over and over again across all manner of genres. Like I can do I can do a take on the Beatles' Drive My Car and play that through the meter, and it lights up like a Christmas tree with like, this is all the hit record sounds, guys, right here. This covers all the bases. And then I can do the same thing with like a 1980s Yes record or Foreigner or, Mutt Lange, Def Leppard stuff. I'd love to have a vinyl copy of Hysteria. I want to get that. I should look into going out and finding and buying one, even if it is rather expensive, because I need to hear how that came off. And I'd bet money that it hits all the lights. Similarly with Back in Black, I can play that. It lights up. You know what else lights up like a Christmas tree? Old Amiga mods. Watch this. Might even be in, no, it's not in Open Recent, but all the same, I can do it. Amiga Music Neurodancer compilation number 3, MP4. So this is a YouTube video. And I'm not patched through, but I should be able to do studio speakers. Well, wow, you heard that. That was a very nearby lightning strike. Maybe I shouldn't be streaming, we'll see. Anyway, that's an Amiga. I will pump it through the screen. That's an Amiga computer. Those are mods. But if we go and... Yeah, that was ominous. Wow. That was downright scary how intense that was. All of a sudden, we have that hit record picture. But this is an Amiga mod. This is a totally different genre, but look at what it's frickin' doing. It goes a little louder, and it definitely has the capacity to go a little brighter. This is exactly the same sound picture that you would get from like classic Beatles albums off of vinyl, but it's off of an Amiga, an old computer, and it is being captured from like the source computer. And it's old sort of low bit stuff, but the combination of the low bit and the sample rate restrictions and the way that the sample rate calculators work, the way that they are assembling these things in the different ways, this is a hit record picture. There's a reason why people got really, there's a reason people got really excited with these old Amiga mods, and it ended up being more compelling, getting more love than recent explorations in DAWs and all of the the loudness war stuff. Like, this is violating loudness war, even though any instant it's always making fully loud sounds. Like, this is basically fully clipping for a lot of the time, and it's definitely up there. You know what? I am actually wondering something. Maybe this would be a good day to not push it streaming-wise. We've done a bunch of stuff. Anyway, this is the meter thing. I'd love to make this so that people could download this program, but it's not ready yet. And I am going to take a moment to quit out of Twisted Wave. Nature might. It might. I want to see what this is actually going to look like. Let me see what we got as far as warnings are concerned. I'm closest to North Walpole, New Hampshire than anything else here. So that's what we're looking at. It's clearly raining. It apparently thinks it's going to be cleaning up pretty soon. I don't see thunder warnings. Let's look at their wonder map. So the border between Vermont and New Hampshire is the key area. I live in here. Let's see what radar says. Ooh, look at that. Well, what direction is that going? Oh, there's a lot of storminess. It's passing through. There's the tail end right there. Here's where we're at. And it will not leave it at current moment. So that's why we just had a massive lightning strike just outside that I'm sure came out quite clearly because it was loud enough to just about hurt my ears. And here's our storm contents from radar. And there's satellite. Big heavy clouds there. So there's that storm passing through. Yeah, that was us. So I could hang in for another, how many hours is this? This is over 1 hour. We've got a little tail of extreme weather that's probably going to literally go right through where I am. Yep. And there it is, building up to a big, intense burst. But the direction this is going, over an hour from now, it's going to pass away, and nothing else is there to replace it at the moment. There's a bunch of other storm stuff going on. But this is the storm stuff hitting me. It's literally hitting me. That's everybody else in Vermont is not having to deal with this. And no warnings, apparently. Yeah, so back over to lecture mode. The idea behind creating music is that there's combinations of sounds you're trying to make. And people do that in all different kinds of ways. For instance, you have I think John Kay of Steppenwolf. I'm thinking of Boomer era stuff to some extent, compared with like Walter Becker or Steely Dan, or indeed Donald Fagen and Steely Dan. Steppenwolf makes very different music from Steely Dan, to the point where you could have one of those guys, or Steely Dan makes very different music from the Sex Pistols, to the point where one of those music makers, when confronted with the other person's music, could be like, that should be stopped and you should be killed. You are so completely out of line. How dare you? You should not make noises like that. Those are inadmissible noises. Shame on you and what you do. And yet, both of those bands fit into the larger context of what music is. Like, I cited Beefheart. Beefheart is not just Captain Beefheart. That man was a sort of abusive megalomaniac and had talents of his own, but a lot of it was just being an abusive hippie on a lot of drugs. Kind of a Manson-like figure, honestly, except for in art instead of murder. And a lot of his music was arranged and orchestrated and come up with by his drummer, John French, Drumbo. I've read John French's book. And some of that stuff completely changed my life hearing it when I was a kid growing up. So I would be growing up, I got the Beefheart record, The Spotlight Kid. The Spotlight Kid has a bunch of melodies and rhythms, and everything sounds totally different. I had heard, for all my life, I have not owned a copy of this, sad to say, but I have known Beefheart's Trout Mask replica. Same deal. The Magic Band did a bunch of Beefheart's work, and Beefheart took credit for literally everything, but contributed really important stuff himself. He was a full-fledged member of the band. He wasn't just running with other people's ideas only. But Trout Mask Replica is next to unlistenable to a normal pop music listener. But I grew up as a kid, like getting high and wanting to escape my abusive upbringing, and getting turned on by this really freaky music and going, I want to do that. I'm not satisfied unless I do that. So for pretty much everything that I do, for rock style music that is live performance, I find it very easy to lean in that direction of that's really human or organic, because I hear stuff in a way that incorporates timing that is not purely click-track timing. A lot of the stuff that I grew up on, whether it be Beefheart's band really pushing timing irregularities hardcore, or whether it be the genius drummer Bill Bruford in, I think the first evergreens that I put out in this current exploration is going to start with Heart of the Sunrise, because I listened to that over somebody's React channel and was horrified by how badly current remasterings and remixings of it butcher it. Because all the dynamic stuff was lost and everything kind of changed and got dynamically inflated, and it no longer acted like Heart of the Sunrise the way I grew up on it. But the way in which Bruford and Yes were able to define musical ideas and juxtapose them against each other, where you'd have like a galloping musical phrase, and then it would stretch out into a silence into which other musical ideas would come more or less abruptly. Like the timing and way that stuff transitions between things had a dramatic effect, and that was what took me out of my world back in the day. So I will naturally, like, you see a modular synthesizer here. I've spent years doing live streams of modular synthesizer jams before doing the album Welcome to Free Luna, which is also off of modular synthesizer jams with guitars and things added to them. And the when I used the modular synthesizer, I had to come up with a way, or buy a module that included the way, to do things like accelerate the kick drum until it happens a little bit before the hi-hat timing sequence, or slow the attack of the snare so that it sits in the pocket rather than being perfectly timed to hit with all of the other, all of that stuff. And, free jazz, I also grew up listening to that kind of stuff. Like, you can clearly hear free jazz in Beefheart's stuff. He was a very key member of that camp, as it were. But at the same time, Beefheart was not technically competent. He just had an ear for stuff that sounded wild and an amazing voice. You gotta give him credit for being able to push his voice and for having the imagination to demand all of this stuff from a band that was quite willing to go along with him. For free jazz that is a lot more demanding, you can look into like Ornette Coleman, you can look into Cecil Taylor on keyboards is a very great example there. But you can also look into, say, Coltrane, guys who are inventing new forms of harmony, stuff like giant steps, that is like making the largest possible jumps around the circle of fifths so that comping along to those chords is literally the most demanding thing you could possibly ever be asked to do. I'm not sure if you could actually make it be harder by taking the circle of fifths, which, my helper thinks like this. You could take the circle of fifths and go from that to literally the most opposite chords that you could have, and then bounce back and have a chord progression that cycles exactly halfway around. But Coltrane was doing thirds, which is about the most difficult thing that you could possibly hope to struggle with. And I listen to that stuff, and then I want to make music that pushes those boundaries. I used to be positively compelled to make music that pushed the boundaries so hard that people would bounce right off of it. And the reason that I lean on that from my demos is because that's the stuff that I own. And part of there is a perverse tendency that I embrace. I want to pick stuff that is shocking and out there. Not as much as I used to, but I've always wanted to gravitate to stuff that was shocking and out there to demonstrate stuff with, because my message is, hey, take this and use it for your own purposes. Don't imitate me. Don't use this to imitate me. This is a tool for you to use to sound like you. I hope I'm demonstrating how much you can use this tool to make it sound like yourself, sound like not just everybody else. If it is hard to hear the plugin working because the music is so chaotic, that's because it's taking it to a place that it's highlighting what's supposed to be done with that. And I'm going to take a moment to, while I'm talking, I'm going to keep an eye on the weather. The thunder sort of went away for a moment. I'll get back to my work, although I will note that very nice. So we are here. I don't have a Ravi Shankar traditional record, so I don't know. That said, you'll find similar things in orchestral music, of which I do have some of that. Let me see whether I can find that anywhere. It's not going to be here. I'm pretty sure I have a sounds. And I may or may not. If I don't have this, then that's fine. I'll just do without. What even is that? It's only 64K, so that can't be very large. Nope. I need to recapture stuff off of Casino Royale. That's a very hi-fi record. Nope. Nope. I fear I've just got a giant pile of nope. But I might just have a giant pile of nope, but I'll tell you one thing that I can do. Let's look at the amen break on meter. So you can make breakbeats out of little chunks of that, but notice how in even this is the original recording and it's following a lot of the same rules, even though it's only a drum break. You've got the synchronization between lows and highs and dynamic levels, and you've also got a nice little spread of frequency response with the zero cross meter, which goes down surprisingly low. It doesn't really go down to 20 hertz, but it's definitely dropping way below 200. And this is the raw amen break. So stuff shows up, like stuff does show up. You find things that people gravitate towards and like. And there are, like, I would be willing to postulate that one of the things that people associate with good quality sound is the way in which these synchronicities between the peak energy, and remember, peak energy is the part that you can't hear, with slew energy, which you can't hear because it is brightness, and the fact that these coincide, that they go together across a wide cloud of possible bits of information. This is a pattern that looks fairly similar to see, I can there, and now we are just on visual only. This is a pattern that coincides across a lot of different things. For instance, this is off of Yes's 90125 album. This is Leave It. And what you're seeing is basically a cappella vocals into a really 80s digital reverb. Turns out this old digital reverb, which is extremely, and this is another one, I may very well be able to do this as an evergreens where you can actually hear it. Right now I'm not doing that on stream because I can't ever be quite sure. But then here is the middle section of it. And we end up seeing a very Trevor Horn-like distribution, where the Trevor Horn 80s kind of thing is this dense cloud of stuff constantly happening, and then the hottest peaks are very, very hot indeed. There's a lot of dynamic range here. The loudest RMS peaks are like 12 dB down. This is 6, 12, 18. And you compare that with modern stuff, right? Where there is no peak energy because it is all literally clipped off. And this gray area, it's smashed. It goes all the way up to the top. Well, this is the Trevor Horn sound. This is Leave It by Yes. And it registers very strongly with all of that. But then I played that Amiga mod, and it was doing similar things. There's just correlations. It just shows up, and it's not necessarily that things like this automatically I've got some Live Yes I'm looking at here. There's one where the initial part of it skipped on me a little bit, but it's America from the Close to the Edge sessions. You can see it's not coinciding quite as much, although it's still quite good. And bounce around a little bit. But we do have moments popping up, and it's over quite a wide range. Whereas if you compare that, what do I have that called? New Records or something? It's on the desktop. New Vinyl is what I've called it. When we compare that to something like, oh, I went back and captured this because I was like, hang on, if Rubber Soul Area Beatles is showing up, what else was on Rubber Soul that didn't actually get to be used because it was left off the American version? And this is the Beatles singing Nowhere Man. Clearly it's all on one side. It's like 18 dB quieter. And then as soon as the music kicks in, boom, boom. This is what I call wow. This is very similar to the pattern that I saw on Drive My Car. That's what I call hit record sound. It's just blowing up. The fact that it's a 60s record where everything is all hard pan to one side or the other doesn't make any difference to the fact that it's blowing up with all of this information that is falling into these particular categories that is coming across in this way. And the 60s way of going about it means that you have stronger mid-range energy, although Rubber Soul is where they started getting into compression and where they started getting into bass. Because Rubber Soul is when they were imitating the Byrds. They were doing the folk rock thing. And any sound engineer in EMI listening to the Byrds would go, oh, wow, they turned the compressor up way louder than I thought that they should. And the Beatles turned around and was, okay, give me that. And they did. It is an intensely compressed record, which is why I'm excited about putting out a version of console that has compression built into it. Oh, yep, and Dylan. And then we can also look at, oh, check this out. I've got some more stuff. This is going to come as a surprise. Let's see. B. Oh, I have it under T, do I? Do I have it as something else? P. Yes, I do. So that's not edited yet. Check this out. I have a copy of Beastie Boys' vinyl record, Paul's Boutique. This has not been necessarily edited and cleaned up. I intend to take some tracks from it, for instance, this one. and normalize it since it doesn't quite end up being full level all by itself. And we can play this on the Beastie Boys. Beastie Boys. As you can see, the sound picture produced by the Beastie Boys' Paul's Boutique, which is known as a classic hip-hop album making heavy use of really old-school sampling, uses the darkness of that sampling to produce areas of audio that fall into literally all of the same catalog, all of the same behavior as everything else I've been documenting. You've got the range of peak energy way above what RMS is doing. It's fully in use at all times. It's balancing with the slew to produce synchronization points between the peak energy that is supposedly inaudible and the slew energy across the entire range, plus we have an extraordinary zero cross range that extends right down into the lowest of the lows. And it changes around quite a bit. For instance, this whole signature, there's still a cloud here, but it's not lined up because it's gone to a different tone. But then we've got some other stuff going on here. It's just all different beds. And here we're going back into another area. It's a little darker, but it is showing all of the same. This is like Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. And it'll be in there. So yeah, this is the Beastie Boys Paul's Boutique off vinyl. I feel like the way that these things emphasize, like where the little blue spots show up, those bits of synchronicity. Oh, and get a load of that. Those are some loud RMS peaks. That is a very thick, warm sound pumping up like there. See, this is, I think, why hip-hop is so gratifying, is it's taking the ability to go incredibly loud. Like, the RMS going right up to this point is about as loud as you can reasonably get without it getting deeply obnoxious. It's bassy noises is one way of doing it. And they're going as loud as that, but then there's all this other space inside, and you can see what is happening. Where we have these loud sounds, but then inside it is where the meat of things are. It's the sound of the overall spaces. And we have all of this stuff registering, very high on the hit record meter list. I could probably even make a readout for how much of this blue did you register during the course of this pass. Like how much is this just maxing out the score? Have a little dial that can crank up and be like, oh, you're making a higher score, yay. Which I don't think would necessarily hurt people's sounds. Also, check this out. So this is the Beastie Boys Paul's Boutique off of LP. That's probably the hottest peak here or here. You have like 10-minute sections that are all going by like 2 or 3 dB down from full scale. This is clearly not loudinated, nor will it sound like it. I'm going to find out whether I can play this on a stream. I'm going to find out whether I can do a evergreens of it and let people actually hear it. I'll do that. Not for the whole album, but And then what else was I looking to do? Foreigner is, this is the song Jukebox Hero. And it is another, let's see, AC/DC, Def Leppard. Foreigner is another Mutt Lange production. And we've got a very similar thing going on where this is the intro to the song. Songs back in the day, like it peaks to 0, but this is where it starts off. Even the peaks are 6 dB down. Far from being like dark, gray, loudinated, everything is slammed, this is the amount of range that you can and should get. And this is where Jukebox Hero goes, the one guitar down. And then they're going to go into the chorus where Foreigner sings, and he gets to be a jukebox hero, got stars in his eyes. That's kind of what we've got here. I'm going to find out whether I can play this on an Evergreens, but you're looking at it now. And see anything familiar? It almost works out that the awesomest moments of the song are the moments that light up with blue most intensely, which I think is a factor of sonority, and it's a factor of how different instruments and voices combine. And there you are. That is 1970s Foreigner off of old vinyl, and that's what actually exists there. And that band did very well with their stuff. Anyways, you know what? This might be a perfectly fine time for me to go off and do something. Like make myself another cup of coffee. And we're going to get ready for porting all of these things to VST, but that'll be the rest of the afternoon. So for right now, what I can do is set this up to play through the stream. And I will fire up the meter so you can see what you're hearing. And I'll be back in a little bit. I've been going for a couple of hours. I'm going to do a little crisp maintenance and make myself, probably it'll be one more cup of coffee for the day and leave it at that. And then when I come back, we'll get back into the coding and I'll chat away with anybody who is still here. But I've got Distant 3 to make, which hopefully people will enjoy. For now, here is a modular live jam, Batik Erotic. pretty crazy track. Hey, Sidara. Not bad. We're just enjoying your work here, seeing as I'm literally using meter to play stuff. I'm also thinking in terms of I have other work to do today, but I was just talking about how I was using this meter to show how a bunch of different tracks from wildly different situations, whether it's the Beatles' Nowhere Man or Foreigner's Jukebox Hero, or just entirely different stuff like old Amiga music, was able to form these, the ways that the blue sparks show up are like peak energy synchronizing with slew in a particular way. And on that concept, you get this increasing spattering of blue spots for stuff that's more of a hit. Like, I can go back to an example. Yeah, I showed like Paul's Boutique from the Beastie Boys also registered highly this way. And I must set it to the optical output that's not connected to get away with this one, because this is the Beatles. But this is what I do. Is because of Pample Juice and me being able to work with this, I was able to bring this into reality. And it's effectively a hit record meter. The more blue spots rather than simply lighter colored, like blue spots like here, the more of that, the better. And it seems to correlate pretty well with stuff that people actually love and can't get enough of, whether it's that or whether it's a this, which is Amiga music. This is mods. And yet it is still the sound that people enjoy hugely and fall wildly in love with and go, oh my God, there's nothing like that era of Amiga music. They don't make it the way they used to. And you wind up with this. This is not something that people can measure until I did this. So thank you for bringing this Pample Juice to completion so that I could make this happen. So what I'm now wondering is, can I make another meter that measures the number of blue spots per inch or whatever and shows like a rating of how highly that measures? That would, plus it would matter very much as to the distribution of that stuff, because it's not all supposed to be in one area. And that maybe is a question for another day, because I do have stuff to do and I'm not expecting to just be doing stuff. But yeah, so Sudara, that is how things are going. Is the world is a exciting and interesting place where I get to explore a bunch of new stuff. Also, I should mention that due to the help of Paul from the Surge synthesizer thing, we're going to have the Airwindows all-in-all. Sidara, I'm sure there will be places where you can help. Notably, let me literally go on to I'm just firing up Chromium New Window. This is a day where I'm getting by fine, but I'm maybe not as mentally quick as I should be, so I'll be a little stammery here. So let's go here. We'll go to the Airwindows GitHub. We'll go to repositories. We'll go to meter. That's the thing I was just using. And as you can see, it's the Pample Juice thing. And where we're currently at is, let's see, the workflows. I'm not entirely sure what to look at and where for this. This is just updates and things. But I have yet to make this build working plugins for people at all. So if you can help in any way, this is a public repository. Here's the actions section. I don't really know where to look. It's like, here's runners. I don't know what that means. Caches isn't telling me anything either. We're filtering by event. I can click on that. I don't know what that means. I'm more than a little lost here, but I've got it set up so I can at least build a VST that works locally. And I've got a bunch of cool things happening with regard to that. In fact, I can even show you that, seeing as you're here talking and stuff. I'm not sure if you've seen my most recent stuff, but let's see, where, here it is. Yep, so this is perhaps not perfect, but one of the things I was doing most recently is that it's a resizable juice plugin where I can specify a arrangement of knobs. This is just only 3 of them, but I can specify lots more. And it'll sort of reflow. Plus you get these angular ones that I can specify that's tilted back clearly. Whereas if I do this one on the top is now, we're now looking under it, and they all have labels, and all the labels are updated. And if you modify a file in your documents folder, you can specify what font you want and it will use it. So it's going to try to use Jost. But then all you have to do is make a text file, put it in your documents folder, and assuming that that stuff in Juice works the way I think it does, it will read the file if present and set a font if present. And I'm also looking to let you be able to specify the color, because right now what it's trying to do is set itself to the track color as shown in Reaper, which it doesn't do perfectly, but that's on my end. I'll be figuring out how to do that. And so this is another project where I could have stuff associated with these knobs and any combination of knobs thereof. They're rather pretty knobs in their way. And this too is in the same boat. I've got it so that a user can specify what font they want for all of the Airwindows plugins, and it will honor that and will let you customize it in that way. And I'm working on letting you customize what color you want for all of the Airwindows plugins, and everything that you build along these lines, or that I build along these lines, will honor the same global Airwindows plugin UI thing. So it'll build them in this way, and you'll be able to specify things like that on a user basis, or it'll fall through to looking like more or less this if you don't. And this too, I am not able to make this build. See, the reason I'm so excited about working with Paul on the other thing he's doing, which will be coming out, actually, Sudara, you could be one of the people who knows about this. It's on my... drop me a note in Discord if you want to know about this, but there's an all-in-one plugin coming out, which is the same as the Rack plugin that I have, that Paul made the mechanisms for doing that, but it's VST3, AU, clap, etc. It's all the normal plugin things, and that should be coming out this next week. And that is using exactly the same stuff that you use in Pample Juice. That is building entirely using GitHub Actions. That is, let's see. That is this one. As you can see, 37 minutes ago, he's actively working on this right now. But that's the one. So I know there's code signing related stuff. That's one of the problems I was running into. I wonder if I can think coherently enough to explain what is happening. Let's go to signed Mac. That might remind me. Yeah, so I need to be able to generate the thing that GitHub wants in order to be able to send this appcert, which is the correct thing, to GitHub. And I see no way of getting one of the things it needs. I'm sorry if I'm being incoherent, but that when you say if I can help in any way, generally what that means is talk me through some of this because I am dumb and don't know what I'm doing. And I'm not really dumb, but in this context, I pretty much am. So yeah, so this is coming out as a regular clap and VST3 and AU and LV2, everything plugin as Juice allows, and it is all being built in GitHub Actions. So yeah, so Sudara, you are my ticket to being able to make this work for the meter plugin. And if I can make it work for one of these repos, I can template my own repo and copy that over, and then it'll work for everything. I only need to get it working once, and then I can just run with it going forwards. But that would be where we're at. I should probably check on the, if you're pinging me right now, I'll check on Discord right now to see. Because one of the things that I'm going to be doing is trying to work around people's time frames. Like Paul is working on this stuff. Paul's working on some stuff. And I'm going to have a peek. And here's my direct message history with Sudara. It is being covered up by a thing that says, new polls are here. Yeah, I'm going to click maybe later and make it get out of my way. Bear with me while I talk with Sudara. Well, Sudara might actually be listening to this stream. Can you hear? Paul was telling me, like, yeah, I'm listening to the stream. You don't need to type these things. So fair. You are listening. Okay, so I don't need to be typing these things. So yeah, Sudara has, yeah, I've got some options. And I can't actually share the Discord screen, but I'm asking every time if anybody wants me to be streaming while showing my Discord chat with them at the time. So I'm going to be leaving that out for the moment. But yeah, that was March 14th. And learning GitHub Actions is indeed a whole thing. I am not likely to ever be good at that. But what could happen is assembling something that works and continues to work, that I can then use the template quality of the repo, template to copy it to another place, and then like all I have to do is get it working up once, at which point I should be able to clone it and duplicate it forever. And that's very powerful. Also, that means that if there's a change that needs to be made because something changed out from under me, I have the tenacity to go through and change 300 plugins. I've done it before. I'll do it again when I have to. And so it doesn't worry me to have a bunch of templates that are all just templated off of an initial copy and then not necessarily being able to have it all hooked back to the mother base so that they all automatically update. If I can interpret because basically what's happening is it's like driving a car. I need to have the engine built, And I don't necessarily ever need to be the go-to person for how to make the engine go, but I do need to know things like don't floor it in neutral forever or the engine will break, stuff like that. I need to be functional on GitHub Actions and so on. And the end that I generally work with is what you see on the stream, which is I'm looking at distance, and probably can even... I mean, as long as we're talking about who does what things and so on, like what I've got. I was asked for this. It's distance 3. So this is no distance. And this is about a mile away at 130 dB or thereabouts. And this would be literally more like a mile. This is more like 130. If we take it down to 120 dB, the air crackles quite a bit less. And so in some ways, like that side is my job. But, and Fotis, I remember you sent me something. I wasn't able to make head or tail of it because it was still over my head. But I get that it's a thing to help. And Sidara on stream asked, do I want to code sign on Windows 2? I would be quite willing to do that, and I'm prepared to pay for it. Like, I get paid for doing this. I have a... Paul joined my Patreon just to be able to talk with people on my Patreon. I have a Patreon. This is my day job. There's no reason I shouldn't pay Microsoft. The question is whether I have to pay Microsoft like hundreds of dollars a month or not as much. Hundreds of dollars a month would be a problem. Anything closer to what Apple charges me for the code signing and developer portal is way more reasonable, and I would totally go along with that. I'd be quite willing to. I mean, obviously, I have a Microsoft developer account and stuff, and so do they let you pay yearly? And I know I would not get 5,000 binaries a year, so that's fine. Although, if it's a build as you go, that could produce a lot of signings. If every little change is its own distinct signing, that could be a concern. Still, I probably don't have 5,000 changes, given that I usually do stuff. Oh, well, yeah, I don't see a problem there. I don't really actively maintain. I develop the stuff in the retro scene, and so it will come to the Pample Juice form fairly fully formed, and hopefully without a lot of problems that will require a lot of builds and then updates in place, and thus multiple signings, because pretty much every time you push a change, I believe it would re-sign. And yeah, $9.99 a month is completely reasonable. That is the cost of doing business. I'll roll with it. The problem there is not so much as I'm not willing to budget for it. The problem there is I have no idea what Azure is, I have relatively little idea what code signing is, but I do kind of know. And yeah, every push change resigns. If you will let me know a good time for you, I will make that happen. In working with people who are able to help me with this stuff, I'm very eager to work with other people's schedules. I'm not here to tell you when you must show up for me. Instead, I will try to show up for you, and I'm pretty good at doing that. Oh, oh, Clap will let you have feet? Interesting. Yeah, well, you'll have distance 3 and Clap soon enough. Not this coming week, but probably pretty soon. I'm being asked for this actively. I want to put out discontinuity first, and then distance is like a variation on that. And starting next week, everything gets built into a Clap. And I'm not going to include stuff that can't be. Unless Paul comes up with a way of letting me have stuff like, I mean, if I could do the full console X and put that out as a plugin, that would be neat. I more or less need to have Sidara's thing working to do that, because as you saw, being able to make the little window with the knobs and stuff, those knobs were quite huge and they were still pretty legible even when they were small. And if you have a normally sized window with all those knobs in there, and I arranged them nicely so that it worked, and they don't have to, I can arrange them, I can use Melatonin, which is Sidara's placement thing, for setting that up too. But not a problem doing 36 controls in a Juice-enabled plugin where I have a 2D field to place them on and can position things and do other stuff to make it like line up nicely. 36 plugins on one of my generic ones is overwhelming. Oh. Dexon suggests, could I try to rerun the meter workflow? Understand I can't make that work either. That's why I'm asking Sidara for help. Understand that I can't make that work either. If it is failing, it's failing for me too. I'm only able to build it locally so far. We're working on it. As usual, I'm quite eager in like dropping everything and running off to do a different thing if it turns out that that is super relevant. What I don't, I'm going to be coordinating with Sidara, like, quote, sometime later this week, maybe, unquote. So meter GH workflow is going to have to sit for the time being. But yeah, like when you fork Pample Juice, dependencies are fine. For meter, the dependency install action fails. There are some version bumps in the upstream. This is something I don't really know what to do about that. Like, again, I'm looking to get a single stable version built and working that will continue to work, and that's part of my design concept. So it's just something of a limiting factor. But yeah, like there's nothing that I can do as far as rerunning a workflow. What I'm trying to do is boil this stuff down so that if, for instance, I did fork directly from the Pample Juice repository, then I could bring my stuff in there more easily. And I think I even can demonstrate that, like, here's Gain. And I've been doing this work in Xcode. So there's the Xcode environment. But what I'm actively doing is plugin editor and plugin processor are as similar to the default Pample Juice ones with some additions. I did not leave Pample Juice the way that it was. For instance, I added double processing because I need that for my concept. But then I've got separate files, Airwindows UI, CPP, and H. And this is my UI stuff. And it might end up being a really big, ugly file, honestly. This might not be pleasing for, like, professional programmers to look at, but it'll serve my purposes. And I will have as many controls as I need. For instance, this is my rotary slider class. It all has to be able to scale up and down. I'm also making it so that it all has to be able to tilt back and forth. And that's going to be interesting. But I'm getting that out of an unused color in the Juice color palette, through which I can feed in numbers of additional parameters on a on a control by control basis, so that I can have things like tilt in the UI, which is currently implemented. And then there's the meter. Although it's a simpler form of the meter, this is just the peak and RMS meter. The meter that I've pointed to on GitHub has lots more going on, and it just takes up so much space that I don't think a simple plugin would have that. And on that note, Well, maybe get back to my end of the work. But yeah. Yes, everything is going to start coming out as clap sooner than you think. That's all I was hinting about in the most recent video, where people are like, oh, you're being so mysterious and it's cool. It's like, yeah, you're getting new formats real soon, thanks to Paul. And once me and Sidara sort out some of this stuff, you will also be getting GUI-enabled Airwindows plugins, including things like Console X. And until some of those folks are pitching in, like Paul is just about done with his side of things on the clap version and the VST3 version of the all-in-one. Paul's doing great things regarding that, and he's working within his area of expertise. My area of that is to keep coming up with a new plugin every week and pushing a single button in that interface that generates the new plugin, and hopefully trying to think of great new sounds to make. And that is a side of things that Paul does not have to do. And granted, I think he probably wants to think of great new sounds to make literally every week, but then he's working on the Surge synthesizer, so there's a lot to be done with that. And, firing on all, he's working on the Surge XT. Also, Short Circuit, and I'm very excited about Short Circuit. I would like to be using everything out of the Surge community, with the one exception that I need to have my own stuff use double precision processing. And Surge and Short Circuit are never going to use double precision processing on their audio bus, because he just makes too much use of those commands in Intel processors and so on, where you can lump about 5 floats together and process them in a single go, because he uses that for the polyphony. And so Surge is never going to run on a double processing bus. Full bucket synths do. I can use full bucket synths if I want a particular tone quality out of that, but I'm much happier with Surge interface and general look and feel and vibe and everything else about Surge. So I'm just all in on Surge, and soon Short Circuit, which is a sampling variation on this similar kind of thing. So my workflow for doing stuff in the software synthesizer space is going to be heavily... Oh, and Sidara has a synthesizer coming out. Sidara's Sine Synth, I'm very excited about. Surge XT, yes, I'm very excited about that. And I will buy one of Sidara's Sine synthesizers, and I'm going to be using it. It seems delightful to me that that's going to be such a cool thing. But then also Surge, and also Short Circuit is going to be very exciting. I will use that as the basis, and then the way I'm going to be using those things, including the way that I will be using stuff like Rack, because I have Rack 2, I bought it, and I can use it in Reaper. And the way all of that is going to work is I'll have individual sound making things, and I'll take the individual sound making things, whether or not they run a 32-bit floating point bus. And all of the outboard, all of the effects, everything else like that will live inside Reaper, which Reaper runs a double precision bus, and Reaper can run longer latencies, it can run larger buffers, and it'll all kind of work together as a happy music making family, meaning that it honestly doesn't matter terribly much if a single oscillator or a single dry raw synth sound is coming off of a 32-bit floating point bus. Even if it's doing complicated things, sometimes it's useful. Like I said, Surge XT is using the 32-bit bus because it can get that much more polyphony on sounds where each of the voices has its own filter contour and so on and so forth. Like I can do a plugin like the Z series filters, like Z low pass, and it can be a really vibey plugin. Pair 2 is a really vibey plugin. I can use that. But I can't put that in the middle of Surge's polyphony engine and have it run efficiently, because my implementation of that is not done with floats. And so my implementation of that, you can't do banks of 4 and do every operation in parallel for 4 separate notes. And that's what that stuff is about. And yeah, SurgeXT's modern oscillator is going to be able to do its thing on, like, every single operation will separately do its thing on 4 separate notes in one cycle. And so you'll be able to get way higher polyphony, and it's because it's all based out of floats. And you can get a soft synth, again, full bucket. There's a bunch of stuff that full bucket does. It doesn't have to be just the imitations. There's a whisper or something or other that's like a wavetable synth. And that has its own bank of possibilities and the ability to do things like, a lot of interesting FM, stuff like that, in that full bucket synth. But the full bucket synth is running double precision processing, so it's going to get different tonalities out of similar behaviors. If I was looking for something that needed to be extremely deep, sonorous, retro, and vibey at all costs above all else, I would be pulling out full bucket for that. Or I could simply use Surge and then put some plugins on it in Reaper, as long as I had the relevant plugins, because part of it's going to be like reverbs. Airwindows Galactic lives in Surge, but I would be wanting to use Airwindows Galactic in Reaper instead, because the version that lives in Surge is running on a 32-bit floating point bus and does not dither to the bus. And yeah, it's like everything has its own qualities. Everything does its own thing. And I'm just trying to find my space inside that. And then all of us are sharing, well, I think actually I'm not honestly sure what Sudara's intentions are with SignSynth. What I've been saying is I intend to buy it when it comes out because I assume it's going to be a commercial thing. Pamplejuice is open source and free, and so all of us are bringing stuff to the table as far as spreading the ability for audio and processing and stuff. And how about I move... Oh, why would I need loading? I'm already using no latency. Re-LLM or LIM or something like that. Oh, it would be LLM because low latency monitoring. Fair. Yeah, no, I'm already using low latency. I use fairly small buffers, and none of my plugins are incurring latency, so it's pretty good that way. And let's finally get moving on this again by giving things names. This is where we left off hours ago. I've always kept to this, even though, as near as I can tell, a bunch of people do not honor this value. I just don't know which and when, and I'm trying to be retrocompatible and stick to what's really permissible. But one of the problems with Steinberg is that they keep secrets and do unhelpful things along those lines. So let's see, parameter 1 unit. Here's where you put in the unit. Parameter 2 is going to be in dB. But it's not really a dB. Instead, it's just a calculation based on the numbers that we're working with. So, and we've already done that bet. So, let's go and find somewhere else in VST land with the information I seek, as I'm almost certain, I am certain that I have it. And there it is. So in order to get the relevant number, what I'm going to want to do is, here's discontinuity as a single control. And here is where we have this top DB control, which is going to be B, but this is showing me how it's done. And in this old version of macOS, I don't actually get to copy out of that just by opening it. So well, I could just show it and then read it and understand what it said. I'm in that zone where like my brain is tripping over itself so hardcore that I can't think. So what I'm looking at, it's going to be B times 70 plus 70. So I should be able to do that. Again, this is the area where all of a sudden I am sadly, literally mentally retarded, and it's okay because I do the best with what I've got. And this is the thing that I was trying to duplicate. I'll double check and make sure that I got what I got. And sure enough, that ought to work. That's also what we're going to put in the other code. And that's how we get a 0 to 1 control to read something else. Tone slant. Well, I mean, the thing about the tilting of the knobs is that it's a interface design concept that I'm pretty excited about, honestly, because I'm very interested. Like, look at Valhalla's designs. Valhalla does very simple knobs and does some color changes and so on. But Valhalla's knobs are just a circle with the little rectangle. In fact, it is very similar to literally what is being shown on the Juice how-to, the one where they show this stuff and then some of their examples or some of their code is literally missing from the page and you can't make it work. But what it's trying to do is basically a circle with a tick mark points towards the outside. I want a little more than that. And so hence my attempts to make the knobs do just a whole lot more. Plus I'm finding that I can't keep the aspect ratio the same. When I tell Juice to honor a set aspect ratio, all of my DAWs and programs give me other options for manipulating the size of the thing, which overrides that. And then Juice attempts to put it back again and kind of crashes, screams, and dies, sometimes ruining the plugin in such a way that you can't actually use it. So I'm down on the aspect ratio stuff in Juice. I feel as if it is too broken and not working right now. So rather than worry about how to make it be fixed, I want to just make designs that work with a completely untrammeled aspect ratio and let you run with that. But the tilt is not so much about a tilt EQ so much as being able to make a visual representation of what seems like one of your basic little modern designs, a little bit more slick and sophisticated than that. You've seen my knobs, that's what I'm talking about. But in which there's hidden sophistication, because one of the things about having a tilted knob that still functions as a knob and that you can visually interpret as, oh yeah, that looks like a knob, my screen's just tilted. Oh wait, no it's not, but the knob still looks like it's tilted, is that it takes up less vertical space. Or you could have it be tilted at the side and it would take up less horizontal space. I have not attempted to do that, but it would be done along similar lines. And the point being, you'd make a visual representation of like this little enclosure. Like imagine the inside of this with knobs on it. The bottom part, and then up against the wall, and then a part that overhangs you, or like the old Tonto synthesizer system. There's a lot of stuff like that. Giant synthesizers. Indeed, even my modular stuff. Even my modular stuff is a little bit like that, because it's not really, this is just one panel, But if this tilted forwards a lot, I wonder whether anything bad's going to happen if I do this. If this tilted forwards a bunch, that's kind of what I'm talking about, is here's this panel and then this panel up here in that kind of shape. And then we'll rest this back now and hopefully it will be fine. So I would like that, but in an interface design. I would like that, but on the actual plugin, simply because it will visually delineate different sections, and because it will make a more densely packed arrangement of stuff in a way that should still be pretty approachable. You have an upper panel, a lower panel, a facing you panel, and so on. And the way that it's arranged in that way makes it also look like a physical object, but without being too exaggerated about it. And I'll just have to see. It's probably going to be Console X that I really dive into that, because I'll have some additional stuff going on. It won't show up on GitHub until it's ready to go, but I'll make some test projects where it's more or less ready to do its thing. And yeah, the fitting all of those parameters into a little rectangle of some kind is where that functionality will come into play. That's where that's going to become important. Oh, and for this, understand that one of the things Paul is excited about, like, okay, let me fill you in. So I understood this part. As far as what Paul's working on at the moment, it is no longer just a rack plugin. It's no longer just a juice plugin or a clap plugin or whatever. What he has done, I'm given to understand, is split it off so that you will have ports of Airwindows plugins not simply as juice modules, but as separate modules in whatever framework he's talking about. Like, he has split out the modular section so you can take individual plugins or sets of plugins and just instantiate them and call the module, and it will work. And it sounds like you'd be able to do that the way you're talking. I probably wouldn't, but that's not my problem. I am on the other end of the supply chain. Meaning that it sounds like Paul has made great strides towards literally letting you do that more easily and effortlessly. Huge time saver, yes. The most recent thing that I saw this morning was he was excited about the ability to specify only a subset of the plugins and use those. And yeah, you'd be able to do exactly that. That's the whole reason he wants to do that, is to let you do exactly the thing that you want to do. So cool, as far as I'm concerned. This is why I'm designing the plugins I'm working on today, which is this bank of plugins: Distance 3, Biquad Stack, Parametric, which I have revised specifically for this reason, Biquad High-Low, Stonefire Comp, you're going to love that one, and Pop 3. All of those are being designed to have 10 parameters or less, specifically so that they can be included in this workflow. So all of these will be available to you and your synths easily and simply. And that, I think, is pretty exciting. Oh, would be amazing? Will be amazing. It looks like Paul is actively providing it. Let me take a moment to bounce back onto, I seem to have Discord hidden. Okay, there's stuff he's working on. Let me literally show you on stream. Observe. Oh, also, I fixed K Cathedral this morning. The downloads are not up to speed yet. I have to rebuild them, but it's fixed on GitHub. And so it is fixed for the purposes of this new plugin and also the Rack version. So anything that's been built that you download from those sources today has the K Cathedral fixes already. Like literally this morning already. So, Fotis, what Paul says, I create the entire library here and include it, but there's no reason I couldn't have just a little CMake function that lets you create a subset of your choosing without burning the compile time for another 500 effects. Well, 300, not 500 yet. So I don't know if he's actually put that into place. What he's putting into place is you'll be able to bring in the module that'll be a couple of megs or so in size, which contains literally the entire library, all of it. But he is talking about being able to have a little CMake function that lets you specify a subset of your choosing and then leave the other ones off. And so that is what we're talking about. For now, it looks like what you will literally have is that, but for all of the plugins at once, which is neat in its own way. Like nothing wrong with that either. I'm just having a little bit of a look at other things that Paul is working on. He's trying to do stuff that I could also do and just simplify things. But then Paul's like, oh no, I'm being lazy, so therefore let me do these things. And so the Perl will parse all of that stuff. And that's a zone that I don't actually have to worry about. We'll quit out of there for now so I'm less distracted. And we're going to say, I should at least be able to get the VST of distance 3 done, even if I'm super distracted by chatting with people, because I mean, that's the main point of a live stream. If I wanted to just only code the plugins, I would just do that. Granted, it is 12:14, the thunderstorm that had been very much in evidence earlier this morning has passed over, and it did not lose power, although I suppose it still could if I'm not lucky. But we are still doing some progress with this, anywho. I think we've got this bit done. Yeah, that looks done to me. And we've got this bit. No, we don't, do we? Hang on. I say that, but I have to put this stuff over here. See where it says FPD? And we have to duplicate it a little bit. And I'll tell you why. We're going to stereo from an end-to-end version. So if I do 2 instances of this, I should be able to tidy it up a little bit too. But I've got it set up so that if I do a find and replace, I can make all of my ones in this selection become R. And then we're done with that for the time being. We'll do the same thing in the actual code. And so that's moving along nicely. But then when I said I can move stuff around, it's more efficient to do all of these in the one loop rather than run the loop twice. And this would be instantiation. This is actually the place where the K Cathedral bug lived. The reason I had a bug for K Cathedral was because there was a thing that wasn't getting specified. And that's a concerning bug. That's the kind of thing that you want to not do, but I did it by mistake. And it got past me in K Cathedral 2 because it was present in K Cathedral 1 and I hadn't noticed. So I was like, I can't be wrong. It's the same as before. And before was also busted. And so here's my big list of stuff. This is all being blanked out. That means this part is done. And so we're over to this part, proc. And we're going to make these things. We don't need to smooth this, so, or at least we're choosing not to smooth this. So that part's not going to relate. And all this stuff needs to get translated over to the VST version thereof. We're not using that, and we're not using cycle end. Or this wet control. I mean, we are using it, but not in the same thing. So for here, everywhere I say param1, that turns into A. On the console X, I have all of that as 3-letter parameters. But for this, it's A through Z, and in fact, it's A, B, and C. 1 corresponds to A. 2 corresponds to B, but if I remember correctly, and I think I do remember correctly, yay me, B actually becomes 70 to 140 like this, and that's how that works. And then param3 is just straight up C again. How is it that I have... So weird. Why have I got it this way? It's a double, so I don't want to be multiplying by an integer. And I like filling in a 0 on these. No, distance 3 is new. Distance 3 is a new one that you'll be getting pretty soon. The thing that's happening to all of the plugins, and this relates largely to not Pocky, Pafnutty. This relates to Pafnutty. Pafnutty had more than 10 parameters, and there was another one, C-strip, I believe, that had more than 10 parameters. And so when I put out Pafnutty 2 and C-strip 2, those exist in order to cut the numbers down so that they would have 10 parameters so that they can fit in the all-in-one plugin. That's the remastering that I'm doing. And that's also what I'm doing with some of these ones that I may or may not be able to complete today. If I can't complete them today, I'll be able to burn through them very quickly while not streaming, because I won't have as much talking to do. But the essence of getting stuff to work with the rack, since currently Paul's concept for the rack involves 10 spots to put controls in, currently that also extends to the all-in-one plugin. Now, the all-in-one plugin doesn't have to do that. He tells me he could make it like a scrolling panel or something. It's a little over, it may or may not be over my head. I can never tell. Some of these things, it turns out if I start doing it in Juice, you could be like, oh wait, let's make it so that users can specify a custom font for the thing. And I could react like, oh, I'll never be able to do that. And then I have literally done that just recently. That's one of the things that's now part of the Juice-based ones going forward, is going to be custom fonts and colors. I'm actually kind of excited to experiment with that. I need to learn more about XML parsing in Juice to make that work. But yeah, the all-in-one and the rack are related things. They're based off of the same code base, and the code base is also going to be something that developers can just instantiate in their own stuff. So they can just sort of bring that stuff in and use it themselves. But they are related things. The reason I mentioned that Paul said he could do a special thing for only the all-in-one and not the rack version is because maybe this talk of doing a scrolling additional panel isn't suited to how rack does things. The rack plugin is probably something that he's working within the context of what rack expects to see. And that's fair. I think that is all kinds of fair. if you wanted to make Rack do 36 inputs, you could probably do it as long as you specified a like unlimited size one, because I don't think Rack also lets you dynamically rescale the number of rack units you're using on the fly. You cannot go from this is 10 controls vertically laid out to now we have 36. Either it won't let you visually scroll it because it's not a panel layout. Like if in order to have a panel layout, the rest of Rack would be able to know, oh, where this noodle connected to just moved. There's no parameter for doing that, so it's not reasonable. And if you have like 8 HP wide device that's the Airwindows plugin, the Airwindows Rack unit, and then all of a sudden it's 16 because it needed to instantiate some more inputs or outputs, that's also no bueno. Like, you can't make it just suddenly force its way into additional space in the rack. So the rack one has strong restrictions in what you can let happen with it. Which is not to say there couldn't be a rack plugin that's just like, okay, so this one's like 3 miles wide, and you can fit as many as 100 controls into it and just knock yourself out. But it always, it instantiates this many controls whether or not you're actually using them, and maybe that's just no good. The idea of doing more, like, my whole take on the rack stuff, honestly, is I'm looking forward to fooling with that because I enjoy modular synthesis, and I know that I can do some similar things, and I know that, like, my Mac Studio is capable of doing it and even live streaming it because it's that monstrously OP. Is my Mac is quite OP, and that's for the purpose of being able to do things like this and stream them. And so my approach to that is very much going to be making instruments and things in Rack and then sending multiple outputs of stuff, presumably in parallel, presumably because it's easier to do that than to have multiple, like one instance of Rack and then a bunch of inputs in Reaper that it's sending all of its outputs to, and then the mixing stuff I do in Reaper, and that's how that would work. And yeah, because I had begun thinking about, like, well, how would I do an elaborate mixer in Rack, like literally a console X style mixer in Rack? And the answer is I kind of wouldn't. That's not how that works. The mixer stuff that I need to do more or less lives within a traditional DAW rather than it living within Rack. Honestly, you're better off doing modular synthesizer style things in Rack rather than trying to use Rack to approximate what a DAW does easier and better. The deal with something like Rack is that it is running very, very low buffers or no buffers, and it's just processing everything individually so everything can be interactive. And that's great and important, but it's not the same thing as like running soft synths in a DAW that are all very self-contained. The deal with Rack is if you want to have your bass like frequency modulating your kick drum. Okay, so I don't usually get to do this. My Mac Studio is a beast. 20 cores, 16 performance and 4 efficiency, 128 gigs of RAM. It's a monster. I don't use most of that. There are times when I do, but that's also the reason why I don't actually hear the fan right now. And I'm live streaming and have been running, I've live streamed while coding in Xcode and doing builds. Yeah, it's just, the part of the purpose for it is to be able to do things like try to experiment with let's see if I have that somewhere. Is it in? Oh, it will be here. Okay. So this is part of what I am trying to do with that much computer power. You may or may not be able to see this properly. Indeed, I might be better off. Oh, what am I doing? Hang on. Again, this is one of my dumber weeks. Well, that didn't work. That's, for heaven's sake. Okay, it kind of sort of worked. All that's happened is I've opened a bunch of folders that I didn't want to open. And that's because I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. But that's fine, because this is what I was looking to demonstrate. So let me shuffle this until it fits on my screen usefully. There we go. And hopefully it'll stay in one place. Yep. So this is what I'm using that for. This is only one example, but this is out of a Stable Diffusion thing. That is a Mac port of that. And so this was me getting it to do extremely wide aspect ratio pictures of more or less upscale. The reason it looks so finely grained is because I have used a process of repetitively upscaling using another program that is also AI enabled, but is not the Stable Diffusion. Instead, it is a different thing called Topaz Video Enhance. And the idea is generating this stuff using the I hate to say AI over and over again, but the point is I was able to tell it to do stuff, and I'm kind of mining the range of its visual imagination, but its visual imagination is basically AI generation. So we're doing stuff like, this is something that had to do with something that I requested. I don't know what I was asking for at the time. It could have been a very abstract request, like distant space album cover Dean. See, I invoked Roger Dean. But I didn't invoke it in such a way that it's very good. Like, we're getting certain shapes out of the Roger Deaniness of it. And since I'm such a Yes fan, that came to mind as something that I could ask for. Like, we have colors and things that are reminiscent of Roger Dean, textures, and then the upscaling is not the same thing as Stable Diffusion, and the upscaling you don't get to specify like Roger Dean, but the upscaling is like photographic style upscaling. So it's starting with these very primitive little images and just trying to fill in what the reality of it is, and that's basically what I'm doing here. Is going, if I have this going on, and I'm asking for who knows what kind of hallucinatory abstractions can I produce that exist within the visual imagination of some definable class? And again, what we're looking at right now is Roger Deany imagery. I could also do Picasso. There's a lot of different things that I could specify. One of the things that sometimes, like for instance, I'm pretty sure this is along the lines of, okay, Roger Deany, but spaceships. He doesn't normally do spaceships. And that's how you get AIs to do things that are not sheerly derivative, but are still, in fact, if you were a screenwriter, part of good advice for you for writing stuff, you can never write stuff that is literally just, I know this guy, I'm going to put him in a script and it'll be great. That never works. What ends up happening is you think of two people you know and then synthesize them into a single thing and it becomes much better, rather than, oh, I know this guy, I'm going to put him in my script and it's going to be amazing. Never works. When you tell the AI, yeah, spaceship, Greg Rutkowski. It's garbage, basically. You can tell what it did, but then you take things that wouldn't normally coincide. In this case, it is a Roger Dean spaceship, but that's clearly a yellow submarine. And yeah, this is, I don't know if I have it handy. It might be an extra. It might not. It is. Diffusion B. Diffusion B is the program we're talking about. That's the one. So on the Mac, Diffusion B is your guy for that stuff. And here's the things it does. I'm not using it for upscaling. I've straight up been using it with just wide variations on text to image, and I have not really yet learned to do stuff with image to image or in painting, which is what I would be wanting to do if I was going to try to do anything more creative out of it. But yeah, that's what I'm working, and when I use that, it uses up all of the computer quite effectively. See, that's very pretty. So yeah, it is AI generation, and yet it's being manipulated in such a way where it's still doing its AI generation, but it's not just all straight up like, yeah, Greg Rutkowski, copy somebody whose imagery I want. Instead, I'm trying to push it away from predictable stuff. Like, this is probably also calling upon the keywords Roger Dean, but it's become something completely like you wouldn't see that out of Roger Dean, probably because I'm asking for robots or something, and yet it also looks like it's made of wood. Here's looks like a wooden spaceship flying in orbit of the Earth, or something much like it. And there's more of my sort of organic looking machine kinds of things. And this is, I've put this kind of stuff onto music videos that I put up on YouTube, and to which I don't feel particularly sorry about. It's like, yeah, I am not painting that by hand, nor could I, even though it still looks a little sloppy and janky, but at the same time, it's also not trying to not look like AI. It's meant to look like a hallucination, which is drawing like things from what the AI is able to do, working towards its strengths, but not really trying to conceal what it is. You can make an image like this. That's not a real thing. That's clearly some kind of wild hallucination, but it's vivid. It's vivid and colorful. You know, that one has a really cool sort of glowy thing over here. That's a lovely bit of image. And who knows what that comes from? I don't know. It's just very AI-y. It's a hallucinatory thing, but it's a hallucinatory thing with like vividness and clarity and character. And it's not stealing from any one specific artist. Instead, it's like, this is what visualization can represent. And that's what you get from pushing things away from just trying to use it as a slave to steal the soul of a particular artist. Again, this is still in the category of, it says Dean 2, so the keywords Roger Dean were in here somewhere, but it's no longer recognizable. Sometimes it gets so that maybe it still is. But bits like that, like, that's more like Klimt. That's more like the painter Klimt than it is like Roger Dean. It's pulling stuff into the imagery that is doing strange things, and that's what interests me about some of these things. I have not done much with regard to large language models, though, because I feel like it should be possible to find the way that, much like for visual information, you get to do stuff like this. Surely there's going to be something like that where you can take, see, this is much more recognizably Roger Dean-y. you should be able to do the large language model stuff where text and conversation or invoking something that responds via text can step more in these areas. Like, look, that's a very vibey one. All up, say Painter 176. So these are, I think, all sort of greatest hits. What I've got here. These are the ones that I found worked best out of impossible numbers of more things. Because some of what I did was generate stuff, and then with very little restriction, I set up the upscaler to just go through and generate more and more upscalings of just everything that I had in a folder. And then only once it was up to the huge size did I look at it to see what it did. So the tiny little version of this I have never seen. I just did upscaling on it repeatedly using the photographic style upscaler where you don't specify anything. And it did its best at trying to make out like what blurry areas actually meant. And it's producing things like this. Sometimes it produces textures that are interesting or useful. Sometimes it produces imagery like that. That's kind of hypnosis in a way. To some extent, anyhow. We have this weird glowing, I don't know whether there's a gallows or something, with lightning. And this is a very dramatic image, certainly. What does it mean? It's an AI. It doesn't mean anything. But can you generate enough of these? Also, you'll notice that it is framed. But it's only framed in 3 sides. So that's weird. And yeah, you just generate stuff like that, and it figures out what to make of it, and then you comb through and go like, is any of this cool? Did this generate something that was interesting? We're on these painter ones now, so that's kind of vibey. Here's another very intense looking scene, and this is close to what you would call this is almost pure AI imagery, because it doesn't really mean anything, but it's visual tropes, but it's got colors and stuff going on that's like interesting and vivid. But again, there's like a burning bush in the distance. So can you use that as a spur to create something based off of, oh, the AI just gave me this weird visual? And, you can't even say it's copying anything here. It's just this diffuse cortex, and you haven't told it to, like, give me a counterfeit Van Gogh, give me a counterfeit Greg Rutkowski. No. Instead, it's like, make a weird, cool-looking visual, and the AI is quite capable of doing that in among 20 billion million other things. And then you just do that. Like this one clearly thinks it's Dalí. This is a Salvador Dali jam, because the AI believes it knows what a Salvador Dali thing looks like. And in fact, it is not far wrong. The hallucinatory intensity of the head to the side has got a very Dalí-like quality. And of course, these like glossy, shiny ovoid things are also very Dalí. And then this cluster of stuff over here, whatever that is also very Dalí. The fact that it's got extreme detail in various places. It is all deeply mentally diseased, but this is clearly super, super derivative. Any guesses as to what this one thinks it is? Because it's not going to be particularly hard. Clearly, this one's trying to be Giger. And this is one of the cases where you tell the AI to do something. If you tell the AI to do something where it is just so derivative, then you can always spot what you've told it to do. This one, you've told it to be like H.R. Giger. This, on the other hand, no. That is almost like a legit abstraction that just happens to be whatever these things are. I probably told it watercolors. And this is probably also, a lot of these were like big, distant, spacious were keywords that I like to use for that. And we've got some lovely areas of color in here. And that is just, I don't think this is going to be ripped from any living or dead artist. This is not any particular artist. This is just visual subcortex hallucinating to itself. And that, I think, is what the point is of running with this kind of stuff. And that was the last example. So back to actual work. But yeah, that's what happened when you ask me how powerful is your computer. Is I show you, and then I answer, and then I'm like, and this is why I felt that necessary. But it also means that I can like load up Reaper, and as long as my plugins don't have bugs, like the K Cathedral ones that I just fixed this morning, I can basically do whatever I want in Reaper with next to no latency and relatively low buffer sizes, and just run a full-on studio and run with it. Oh, one more thing, because this is always fun. Soon we shall have this beast. This beast, which is the control surface for Console X, that I'm in the process of finishing up and getting ready to use, complete with all these knobs and the new font that I chose for it, and 12 faders, plus track by track, including the master bus will also have these same controls. You just probably not want to use them as aggressively in the master bus, but it'll have its own purpose. Soon, meaning probably mid-July, I have ordered it. I am definitely going to want to have Console X up and running and have a little familiarity with using it before that turns up. But that's going to be super exciting. Excuse me. So, where are we at? We just did this bit. This is what we're going to need to use for both the single processing and double processing. At which point we need to get this and then also make it apply to stereo. But that is simpler than you might imagine. See how I've defined everything as input sample L right off the bat? I'm going to do a moderately lazy thing, but it'll be pleasing. Here we are copying literally all of this together. Then just under the dry sample specification here, we plunk this in and then plunk it in again. And there's one, and here is the other. And here we do find, replace. See, 301 matches, and they're all having to do with these various controls and things. What I have to do is look over this and see whether anything calls upon the capital L that's not within this context of stuff that I need to alter. I'm going to say no. So okay, we're basically done. Not really. I've got a little more to do, but don't have to, do I? No, I don't. Instead, let's see what we get if I do the lazy thing of just straight up from top to bottom. One thing about it, it will be loading different sets of variables at different times, and so that might be optimal. And then there we are with that. Save and build. Oh, we're redeclaring things, and I know why too. Because we have in fact declared stuff in the left channel. So we're going to go through each of these and trim out the stuff where we don't really need to be redeclaring it. And now we should be fine. And indeed, it appears like we are. So let's just confirm that theory. That said, this might be a fine way of, and some of these are going to be stereo from the get-go. For instance, I am POP3 and Stonefire are already stereo. And parametric and biquad high-low may or may not be. But if I get it to this stage and it works, then I can just build all of the VSTs in one batch. Firstly, going through doing the Windows one, which I have to do one at a time, and then the Linux VSTs can be built all in one go. Now I am wondering if I remembered to do both of the sides properly. Looks like that's going to be a yes, it's fine. In fact, I'm confident that that is. So there. So now what I'm doing is opening up something, anything, don't care. Rock track. Now we go to VST and look for that thing. Ooh, we got something we can do here. I have an additional thing to do, a thing that I hadn't done. So we're not done. We're not done. If I sound discouraged, I don't believe that I'm too discouraged. It's just a thing, that's all. Note and understand that both of the distance 3 parameters are custom in AU. Only the third parameter goes from 0 to 1. We've done param 2. We have not done param 1. And this needs to go from 0 to 10. So I've limited its behavior quite a lot, but that's easily fixed. Times 10 should get me the result I seek. Because, yeah, on the AU, I can get a number up to 10 on that. Until I do it, oh, hello, or maybe I do. Hang on. So this goes from 0 to 10, but we still override it. Okay. What that means is all of this stuff must be adjusted See, now I'm speculating about whether, oh, I see. So there'd be a reason why out slew equals soft slew times 1 minus get parameter k param 1 times 0.033. It goes to 10. So it's 1 minus, if it was 0 to 1, it would, so we got a bunch of fixing to do here. But that's fine. Because we can do that like this. Soft slew can go to 100. And this can go to 10 times as much as that is. And those two changes ought to do it. Let's go and find them at the top too. What am I doing? I'm losing control. That's more like it. And then for this to become 10 times as big, it works like that. And then that gives me the same behavior, probably, most likely, almost certainly. We'll see. I'm going to want to add that. Now we're probably done. Option drag so that I can copy it, put it in VSTs and not in components because it doesn't belong there. And then put it here, assuming that we're done with it. I really do think actually that the biorhythm stuff is real, because if this is me at an emotional high and an intellectual low, I kind of can feel that, because this is fine, it's all fine, but damn am I not able to think clearly. And we'll see whether we can get through all of this stuff, because I do know what I need to make happen. I do know what I need to do, whether or not I feel on top of the things. And back we go. Let's do a direct comparison this time. 120 dB. So it should go to that deep thundery stuff. Let's try the VST and see if that does as good of a job. Set to 120 as before. Okay, I think we got there. Pushing it to 130 dB plus seems like a pretty good way of getting this to do its thing. Hey, photos. Looks like we have distance 3 up and running. 140 dB. And of course our distortion is more air distortion sound. And 140 dB is definitely quite loud. It sounds very distorted indeed. There we go. So that may not be a perfect, accurate, 100% ultimate correct answer for this particular problem, but it's going to be good enough to go forward with, and indeed to do fun things with, which is the idea. What is another question, but sound design wise, we are in there with some fun stuff that can happen. Oh, is this where I have my orchestra stuff? Is this an orchestra stuff? Maybe it is. Absolutely it is. Let's hit that with distance and hyper loudness. Remembering that the top volume is literally off the top of the scale. It does sound pretty convincingly like a very far away orchestra, although it's not very loud, but that's fine. Let's pick a section that plays a little louder. Yeah. We maybe don't need to be 10 miles away, but fairly convincingly sounds like an orchestra is heard from very far away. That's because 6 dB down from 140 is actually quite quiet. Not really, but ooh, playing sour notes in there. I'm not sure who this is, but they're playing some Harry Potter thing or something. But it is a real orchestra of some kind. Not a very good one, but a real orchestra of some kind. And then set to as far away as possible. Let's have some more fun, as long as we're having fun. I should probably be updating the K Cathedrals as well. But for now, I'm not going to worry about that. Instead, I'm going to run something that isn't the K Cathedrals, because I do need those to be updated. We need to put out, before next week, a new version of both K Cathedrals that do not have the bug. But what I can do is pull up something that I know will behave better, like for instance the original, if I can find the dumb thing, Galactic. So basically this is infinite sustain. There's our filter. Indeed, indeed. Oh, I'm very enthusiastic about supporting clap with stuff. So here we are with a very deep galactic, and now we're going to take that and let's add a couple of more, including old faithfuls like shifting of bits. Then our new distance plugin. Now what do we got? Well, clearly we can turn that up a little bit, yeah? Or more than a bit. And yeah, we should be able to do all of these things, for instance, inside VCV Rack. And just imagine stuff to do that is like cool, interesting, and strange. Let's keep it at 10 miles away. You can maybe hear that. It's definitely an experience. This is some space ambient that is dark, dark, dark. Funny thing about reverb, you know, one of the things that happened recently, this gave me an interesting ride for a day, was I watched a recent Ben Jordan video. And Ben's done a video on the best reverbs ever, and I had to jump into the comments because otherwise people were going to rake him over the coals for completely and totally cutting me off and refusing to acknowledge my existence. And there's a logical reason for this, which is like, Ben's a Melda fan. What he wants is 20 million controls and a really nice, elaborate, slick GUI that renders things in the window. Some of the stuff that he likes looks like a video game. And he wants all the controls, and he is the opposite of what I'm doing with like the K plugins, where you just have one knob and that's it. Is literally the antithesis of what this guy likes in a reverb. People were actually calling him out on that, saying like, hey, scoring stage purposes are very different from this, and you're leaving out all of the relevant things here. And it doesn't really matter, because it's like Ben gets to do his stuff in whatever way that he would like. But what I can do is put on something like this, and then I know that the work that I'm doing is still worthy. Andrew Huang did feature Galactic in one of his videos, yes. And there's a version of it in Surge XT. And yeah, no, there's a place for this. We're hearing Galactic right now. And in fact, this is the way that I would be using it in mix going forward. Because what I'm looking to do... That was intense. We have too much distortion, I think. Set it up just right, and I can get something that acts like space ambient and also acts like a actual acoustic event heard from a gajillion miles away. But yeah, I mean, this is almost the kind of thing that Ben likes to do. Almost. It's like, oh wait, I know what I could do. It'll pop a little bit. There we go. That cleaned it up. This is why my top dB goes all the way up like that. So I can make a behavior like this. And you can kind of hear it, though. I could... Let's do 6 dB louder even. So I know that as far as the sound spaces that I am working on, I would not be able to do this with the Melda. In my estimation, I don't think I'd be able to do it. I don't think the stuff that it makes available really has this going on. And then if I go to replace quite heavily, Galactic is something that people mentioned to Ben as far as like, hey, you should be mentioning Airwindows, and he's not, but... Here's your lovely deep space ambience. Detune is largely making stuff more stereo, so I can do that. You can't hear it because you're only hearing the microphone version of it, but this is workable. Let's bring it into the room a little bit more. Or a lot more. We've got this part at full brightness still. And here's your space ambient for you. So this is essentially why I need to include discontinuity in console X. Because the idea is I should be able to do console X and then have the channel plugin exist on the effect sends, and the effect sends can get sent to from the actual channels themselves, and then you run a single decode on the top of the effect send. You do your full wet reverb like this, which is full wet reverb, and then a full instance of console X channel again, because it contains the discontinuity that you hear here, and also some tone shaping, which is what you get from distance 3, and also some compression. Because this is not dissimilar to what you get when you look at like a professional mixer guy, like say Chris Lord Alge. Ooh, we just got loud. In a Chris Lord Alge video that I watched, he was all fooling with the many different reverbs and ambiences he used. So it was all about lots of parallel stuff, lots of parallel different kinds of ambiences. What I'm doing here is much darker, but... And then all of his reverbs and all of his delays and things are running back into the channels of the board. So he had the capacity to do like a full SSL channel strip on the return from all of these, and that's something I've often neglected. I have often not paid attention to the possibilities of like taking the output of a raw reverb, like this is the output of a raw reverb, and then using the processing, channel processing, to do something radical and aggressive with it. Like, for instance, this, which is essentially not only the nonlinearity, but it's also an incredibly intense roll-off. And that's how I can get into the zone of some really good ambient spaces and the right kind of sound for this stuff. Or we can do normalcy. Maybe not literal normalcy. I believe I'm still doing quite a bit that I don't need to be doing. But this is how we can voice things in mix if we're working with spaces and we're working with depth of tone and depth of space. And yeah, I'm going to stop doing this because you can't really hear it properly, and that's fine. You can hear the wrong notes being played by the horns, though. All well and good. In any case, that demonstrates that distance 3 should work and seems effective. Bus colors has nothing to do with any of that. Bus colors is a tone painting thing. It's like a distortion with additional coloration. I don't actually rate it very highly. It's named that because that's what it was always named. It dates way back, olden days. We're going to start walking through another thing here. We'll see how many of these things I can actually get done. Because they all have their own little qualities. In fact, the reason I'm doing this is because I have it on tap, so one thing I can do is demonstrate. It is a mid-range bump, or a cut. So we're making this now. And you can make it so it isn't quite as wide as all that, although it's still fairly tight, narrow. It's supposed to be always very tightly parametric, but with some restraint. Or super tight. You can get it to focus up real good. And then we have your consistent sort of bandwidth going on. And then you can duck with it. And reso is not more, reso is less. And that's the one. That is the one we're looking at now. So let's see now. Same basic process as before. This is the process I'm going through with all of these, assuming I don't feel like going and fooling with the juice plugin. Because there was, in fact, that needed to happen. I speculate whether maybe this might be a better day for doing that. And this maintenance stuff that I'm doing could be left for a day where, you know, I'm more emotionally down and less willing to deal with frustrations of trying to do a new thing that might be failing. Whereas this, I'm not necessarily being very clever about it, but it's working, you know? I don't know, good enough to do right now, I suppose. I don't see why not. By QK goes here. How many controls do I even have? 3, if I remember correctly. Sure enough, and they all look very simple. So this might actually go quicker than the last one. The last one had multiple weird parameters that had to be scaled in certain ways. This one, maybe not so much. This one might be a little simpler than that. We'll find out soon enough, because we're going to walk through this process and see what we can do with this very basic stuff that I always have to do every time. Namely, look at that. Now this I don't have to post twice because it already has L and R included in it. You'll notice that it has multiple stages. That's kind of how we're doing the resonances. This is multiple stages of mid-range boost. And this is a single parameter of literally what will be in parametric, which is also coming, but then also console X. This is meant for those joysticks that you might have seen on the control surface. The joysticks on the control surface is side-to-side frequency, up and down for the boost or cut. And then the little tiny knobs that are sort of tucked in the middle of that are the Q, the resonances. But they are all basically very tightly sculpted parametrics. They're just meant to be tightly sculpted and sound awesome. And we're going to have to bounce back and forth a little bit to do this because I have to go to this file. To get this info. I think this is also a smoothed one. I'm not sure. Hang on. I only need this line of code. One of the things about some of these is I've designed them so that they are not overburdensome as far as having a million little, because when I have a million little parameters stacked everywhere, that's when I do things like lose ones. I lose ones like the one that I lost in K Cathedral that caused a bug because I hadn't implemented it. And there's no real reason why I couldn't have. But it just happened to not be part of what I built. In this includes all of what I've built. I don't actually have to tack any other little controls on there because it includes all of what I've built. So I kind of like this better. And I'll see whether maybe I can redesign some of that stuff. I'd like to redesign the reverb so that they cannot betray me in this way by failing and having the obvious bug. I did not enjoy that. It kept crashing on me and I couldn't figure out why and I couldn't find the problem. And then other people had it crash as well and I couldn't do anything about it. It's just looking there and going like, I don't know, man. Crashed for me too, which is unhelpful when you're the developer. So we do what we can. I'm just grateful that somebody found it. And I would like to design things so that they cannot break that way. But I may or may not be able to. We'll find out. This is probably designed so it can't break that way. So here's our names, Freak, Level, and Rezo. You'll note that this is another winging it form of frequency control. We are not specifying it by frequencies, although technically this is by quad filters. I could specify it by frequencies, but we are doing another use your damn ears style because I always enjoy getting to go in that direction. I think there is a worthiness to it, and there's plenty of people out there who will give you all of the controls and things. Melda, I think, is one of them. Ben Jordan's favorite guy, Melda, is one of the people who will presumably let you specify all of the frequencies in dB meters and assume that that is the only way that you can go about it. I would like to take something like this, make it into a plugin with the GUI and the knobs and this stuff where there is not stuff labeled on the GUI. You don't get to go like, well, this is exactly 6.5 dB. Instead, it's like move the knob until it sounds good, like you would if you were on a real console. But then that's just my way. I'm starting to get a little ranty because I'm beginning to refocus from not, do we have this smoothing? I bet we do. Yes, we do. We sure do. We've got everything here is smoothed. Oh, I can well believe it. Yeah. Milda is very cool. Like, I don't have to do that, but I think it's very cool that somebody does. And this is a big part of the reason why my stuff is not going to show up in Ben Jordan videos, is because he loves Milda. And that's very, very different from anything I'm trying to do. I mean, it's a slightly strong statement, but I think it is still legit. Let's see how much of it we can literally stick in here and directly use. We got to change the names of the parameters and things, but the rest of this should work the same. Copy. Boop. And then let's boop it into the final place once I've actually fixed it. I know I need to change this. This is not showing up in blue because you need to have it a lowercase g for the VST version. This, same, not changing. This must now become simply A. And B. And here is a C, but I think this is not the only location for it. I bet it's not. I bet C shows up somewhere else too. Oh, and we got another instance of the sample rate needing to be fixed. Or maybe not. Yeah, reso is a factor of C, so there it is right there. This is probably the fundamental way of using it. So that's all good then. Okay. I'll find out. I mean, if I build it and it works, then I was right. Yeah, and I gotta say, John Smith, I am fascinated. People keep talking about Bitwig. Somebody posted in responding to something that I had said. I forget the exact context, but they were getting to try out the new clap and VST plugins, the clap specifically. And they were getting to try that out because I posted to my Patreon, as I will sometimes do, not for pay only, by the way. I posted it to all the Patreon, including free members, but I posted to the Patreon that Paul had done this amazing thing and go to try it out. And somebody did go to try it out. And they were like, oh my God, turns out that you can take any plugin and apply it to Bitwig with all of the separate parameters being run polyphonically according to the golden ratio. And I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about, and that sounds awesome. Which it did. It sounded awesome. And I showed Paul, and he was like, yeah, it doesn't do that, but that's cool anyway. I'm like, oh, that means I can't actually quote him on it. But it sounded amazing. And now we're going to find out whether we can do left and right version of this. And I'll tell you, there's a very simple way of doing that. We're going to copy from here up to here. And then we don't need this no more. And we've got that, so now we need to do this. And when I say by this, oh, I'm going to need to include that, aren't I? Yes, I totally super am. Okay, so let's leave this bit out and just stick it in where this is and see which bits need to be changed. Because we're going to copy all of this over twice and then change all the L's to R's. And then it'll immediately work. And this doesn't need any changing. And this is set up with the, but we need it to say sample frames. So if I change this to be the same format as this, then we're good. See, it says lowercase sample frames, and the same stuff is here. Oh. See, we moved a little bit too quickly, but there's something I can do about that. I moved too quickly. I did too much. I delved too greedily and too deep. This is why people say that I'm funny, is I'm making references. I removed this bit, and we need to not remove this bit. I needed this bit. Let's put it back. I was too hasty here. I should not have done that. We needed to keep that be there, because this needs to be in both of these, just like this, and I got rid of it too hastily. But having done that, what I was talking about was this stuff up here, and I left this alone. I don't need these. I left this alone so that I could see what it was. And we're using a thing called buff instead, but it does the same thing. And it needs to say lowercase sample frames rather than whatever else, what other nonsense was there. So, got there. Now we have this, and we have this, which I deleted by mistake, and I shouldn't have, and now it's back. And this smooths the control, although it's harder to hear on Twisted Wave because I have it using an enormous huge buffer. So it's not that great at suppressing its bufferiness. And then we're going to duplicate these things. But first, this says input sample L, and all of this stuff in here, it just says input sample all by itself, and that's no good. So maybe this is the only place that I'm actually using it. I think so. Okay, so it won't actually work, but I can probably build it already. With one difference, that there's some place down here we're not using this stuff. So if I remove that, we don't actually have any code in the double processing version because I haven't put it in yet, but it will build without complaint. And that means that my stuff up here, we're not doing left and right channels, but we are doing this part correctly. So cool. So now that is correct. And all we got to do to be done is take this and dupe it and rename it. Copy, paste, and then paste again. And it will also cover the comment section. And our find and replace is still just as we left it. No, it's not. Our find and replace is not as we left it, but I can put it back. Boom. And so we've now changed all of the L's to R's. I believe I have successfully not included capital L anywhere else in any of the comments or anything else, and so it's fine. And now, another thing that I'm contemplating, which I'm going to want to try and find out how this works. I'm contemplating doing a long double bus for console X for the double precision bus stuff. And I'll tell you why. Because maybe I can. And because most of the work that's done in here, if we had a double precision bus for this, what would happen is, let's say, so this is the float version. So we're copying all of this and pasting it to the relevant place. So let's do the copy. That's an unused variable, but not for long. And it needs to go here. And here is the 64-bit floating point dither, which if your bus is not 64-bit, then it won't matter. But if input sample L and R were double positioned, then you could do this, and it wouldn't be just complete. It would be arguably a waste of time, but it wouldn't be doing it on a double precision number that by default can't possibly have anything to do with this. And so what you would do is make these be long doubles, but then not all of our work is done that way. Instead, if you're doing this, this doesn't actually touch any of that. And then we have one instance of, in fact, I can even, if this was a long double, this would be doing what it does. I don't remember whether I have a special value for that. It doesn't really matter because it's infinitesimal anyhow. You would have this one calculation cast to long double in order to work out what this times the level gain control is. It would do that calculation at long double and then immediately cast it to double. And then all the rest of this stuff runs as normal. But here's the thing. Nothing else would get dragged down by a long double, which I have normally not found to be useful or important, until console X's final section involves taking the value and reconstructing it by combining air, fire, and stone, which have been compressed. And all of that can run on long double. I mean, technically it could run on float or whatever. But it's doing its thing, right? So we get a variable which currently is specified as double, but I'm proposing you could call it long double, and you could make it out of these three doubles, the stone, fire, and air outputs that have dynamics processing. We'll be seeing that soon enough. At which point you have a long double that is the sum total of those things. At which point you then add 4 separate and distinct mid-range boosts. That makes it become a summing bus. Not only that, it's a summing bus that might be adding tiny, tiny, tiny tonal adjustments. You could end up with the value of the stuff added using the parametrics, much like this. This is ByQS, bikes out L. That's the end result of this parametric boost. If I didn't have this, you would hear something different out of it. You would hear something that goes from silence to a loud mid-rangey noise, or same loud mid-rangey noise, but this time it is inverse. So I have a context where if I do this in console X, it's not dissimilar to the way that Logic Pro runs core audio. So all of its stuff, all of its plugins, everything, every step of the way is in fact 32-bit float. Meaning that the upper 6 dB of any sound, as long as it's literally going to the upper 6 dB of the sound, that's always 24-bit fixed because of the way the floating point numbers work. And I'm not the only person to observe this. That's the reason some of these folks are doing what they do. And then on Reaper or anything that will in fact run a double precision bus, what I can do is run almost all of this stuff at just double, not long double. I don't have to, and the weird thing is that Apple Silicon does not seem to mind long double one bit. It will happily do it all day long just as fast as double. I don't think that's the case for everywhere, but I'm pretty sure that Apple Silicon will do that just fine because I've tried it and it seemed to not make any difference. But I can run a like quote unquote legitimate long double summing bus in the middle of console X with essentially no effect on the sound, and then do this part. As you can see, I've still got the code for doing this. And in fact, it is still, if you're doing the 64-bit stereo floating point dither, you're taking in whatever this is, whether it's long double or what, and forcibly truncating it to double precision, and then retaining the details around there and scaling the dither part just as you would in the floating point, for the 32-bit float version. And, you know, it would just, I've still got all of this code. It's just sitting there waiting to be used, but I have not had a purpose for it because I don't frankly have a purpose for it. But going to console X, I have so much going on with it that it kind of, the idea pleases me, the idea that I could do that. In any case, we are done with this where we are not doing that thing. We have left these as they are. We don't need to fool with it, but we do need to build it. Here's the end of our code. It looks to me as if I have oh no, I guess I was misseeing it. It looked like I had an area of just white space there, but I must have been misseeing things. And we are building and rebuilding this because it says succeeded, and I think we're done. We're about to find out. We're not using that right now. We're going to be using that in a moment. We're getting right to it. The speed of this is accelerating a little bit as we have stuff that is more well suited to this very process of making the VSTs out of everything. That said, I don't think we're going to get to building the Windows and Linux VSTs, but that is even more just like brainless drudgery that doesn't matter. Let's fire up a different sound. I always like Discord Welcome Home, and I am going to remix it. I'm going to see if I can do a Chris Lord algae on it and do the full array of parametrics and stuff. But this is what this would sound like if I threw just a simple mid-range boost on. And I have the gain of this turned up mighty loud, so why don't I turn it back down again? So here we are. This is the AU. You can hear how low it goes too. Now let's see if the VST does the same thing. It should, and we're going to find out. Biquad stack, I think he was. An interesting thing about this is that some of that code that you saw looks really complicated because what we're doing here is dynamically adjusting the width of what is already a 3-band or a 3-stage 6th order mid-range bandpass filter. And it is adjusting the width of the resonance based on all manner of things, including the amount of level of boost or cut and the frequency that you're at, so that when you zoom it up to the high frequencies, it widens out like crazy so that it isn't just an ice pick like this. Like, it's still pretty sharp. Let me just pick solely drum stuff, and we'll just use that. So if we widen it, it's not too narrow. And if we narrow it, you can get more of that. See, this was the handicap of, let's see if I can, I think there's a space in the beginning of that I don't want. Let's just take a chunk out of this. So the downside of the console MC version of this type of thing, apart from the fact that it's a completely different process for doing it, is that the console MC gets really narrow when you go up in frequency. You get a note, basically. Whereas this, you can go quite wide. Also, you can probably hear this is also a nonlinear. This does have the nonlinearity that existed in biquad nonlin. So it's like all of the above. It's everything that I've been doing recently to make stuff sound better. And the nonlinearity, it increases as you push. So you can use a more delicate version for less abrasive sounds. But when you sweep down, we get into a zone that is not dissimilar to what I'm doing in weight, which again is a totally different principle for operating, because the resonance cuts back and tightens the resonant frequencies of the filters the more down you go if you're boosting. So we have that sort of rumble going on. And that's not a broadband, that's a really tight bell. We can make it even tighter than that. So you can really dial in exactly where you want it to hit. But there's more. The resonance also widens back up again if you're cutting rather than boosting, because it can go to such a narrow point. That when you cut at a narrow bandwidth like that, you almost can't tell anything is happening. And so it widens as the level becomes subtraction. As it becomes cut, it goes wider. And we can hear that in the mids. If we cut this, it's widening the resonance so that you can still hear it doing something, rather than just having it be such a narrow cut that you don't hear it. And these two controls end up becoming the joystick on the control surface I'm making. That hopefully you can sweep around usefully. Go on a fishing expedition. Let's make that sound go away. And that's how you would do this kind of thing. So that establishes that this version now works. So next thing we're going to do is jump straight into parametric, because that is the same thing times 3. Now, console X is the same thing times 4. Console X is that parametric control duplicated 4 times with the frequencies still unlabeled, but made to be the frequencies you'd get on an SSL desk. That's what Console X gets. But I can't do that on parametric because parametric needs to have, well, I can't also do that because this parametric isn't done yet. But there's one here that is. MNOP. There it is. There we go. But I can show you it because it turns out I do have it in AU form, and that's what we're going to make a VST about. And the reason it has only, well, let's find out whether I do literally have it doing that thing yet. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So with this parametric, we only get we only get 3 bands, not 4. Here's your treble range. Cutting that. High mids. Maybe I can do the chug by making it a tight resonance. There it is. It's the guitar chug. And then low frequencies. Here's our low mid suite. So with that, we cut boxiness. And then we do have a dry wet for everything. So here's our bypass. We'll accentuate it a little bit more. And then the idea is that you can do this. But on every track. And one way to manipulate stuff like the resonances is if you've got it basically right, but you want to push the intensity of it a little more, you can creep up the reso. Here's the high mids. It becomes a lot more obvious. So that's a known SSL-ism. And then the suck out from the LM reso. Now we've got much more of it, or much less of it. dry, and then the very sculpted version. So yeah, so when I do remix Discord Welcome Home, I'm going to go hog wild with this because it is exactly the type of track that lends itself to like SSLing yourself into a froth with all these different frequencies and bands and stuff. And it'll be much more fun when I actually have a control surface with joystick controls for some of these parameters, because that's really like, I feel like it's going to be very natural dialing in boosts and cuts and frequencies with a single joystick to move, and then having the little bank of vertical controls, which is the bandwidth for each of those bands, because you can reach for that for sort of fine-tuning what's being done. And the broad strokes can have a single control to move to do both of these features. But what we're going to do right now is make the VST version of parametric, because this is 3 of the 4 bands that can go into channel X, and since it only has 3 of the 4 bands, that's 10 controls, and so this can be in the rack version. And this can be in the standalone that's going to be coming out this coming weekend. Oh, but I have a lot of viewers now, and so let's not talk about that just yet. My patrons know about what was being talked about. Point being, if I keep it to 10 controls, this can become distributed among many more platforms than you even know about at the moment. So let's build this thing. We are on to doing parametric. Here's this version, and here's this version. So this is the VST being ready to be built, and this is what you were just hearing. It is para as far as its little ID is concerned, so we're going to go not to here, but to the H file. Not Papa, para. I suppose I could do a Who's Your Daddy plugin and call it Papa. Para, number of parameters needs to be 10, not 26. So we're going to deal with that right now. It goes from A to J, I believe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And k number parameters equals 10. We're good to go. So we're going to go from k param j, meaning that we're going to take the rest of these out. Here's where we define variables, and we're going to define a bunch of those, although I don't think we have extra ones to define around here, which is good. And we have an enum, which is this is the stuff to put in your array, and then these are just collections. Each of these is one of those parametric filters. And all we got to do is this. Not only that, parametric might be already, no, it is not. But it was fairly straightforward for me to do last time, so we'll see if it's just as straightforward. Remembering that this, in the end-to-end version, it doesn't necessarily have stereo implemented, but the variables are there and ready to be used. Okay, A through J. Here's my variables. They're ready to go. So this file is done. Now I got to do this one, A through J again, meaning we don't use these. If I tried to use them, it wouldn't do anything. It would make an error. And then I have to go and find where we instantiate all of this stuff. And you might imagine, boy, is it going to be cumbersome to set all of these things to start out at 0 so that it behaves properly. But no. I just have to put this in. And then it will be immediately ready to go. Just like that. So that's good. And then I have A through J for a bunch of different things here. So we're trimming some of this stuff down. These are all starting out as having 26 parameters on tap, although we're not actually doing that for these plugins as a rule, but this is also my base for when I do the juice-oriented ones. Sudara might be able to help me later this week as far as actually, all I need to do is get one of these things to build once and then copy and continue from there, and I should be off and running. And that'll be a very exciting moment too. But for now, I'm just noting that I have all of this defined in case I want to make all kinds of like fancy GUI plugins that show you all of this stuff. So here, is what we're going to be telling all of these things, except, let's see. So here's our default for each of these ones. And this one, everything defaults to like exactly flat down the middle, which is as it should be, except for dry wet defaults to 1. Currently, this is setting everything up to start at 0, and so we're going to need to edit that, which is easy because all I got to do is scoot down there and then do the 1 on the end, and we've now set it to default to 0.5 for all of those controls. That said, now I scroll down here and we probably don't have any of this stuff that needs to, I think all of these, the VST just shows it as 0 to 1, and that's fine. This is one of those ones where I want you to be interacting with the position of the knob and not looking up numbers and such. But this does need editing because this stuff is almost ungovernable. It's like we really need a better solution than this. In part because this is better suited, especially the 4-band version, it's better suited to being on an interface where things are in a position, where things are in a position on a screen, and you're not looking up a vertical list of sliders where you can't see which one is where. Instead, you have a cluster of controls on the left, and those are your bass, and a cluster of controls on the right, and those are your treble. This is very bad for large numbers of controls like this, but all the same, we do need to name them, and if we name them, you can have a control surface that accesses these things as well. So here's a start. It's somewhat more cumbersome by the fact that KVST max param string length really does seem to be like 7 characters and 7 characters alone, and I've never successfully worked out what Steinberg meant by that, or whether they even care, or whether they even honor it. But this is in the default kit that they give you for building stuff, and so I'm sticking with it in the belief that there are programs out there which do in fact restrict you to 7 characters. So let's see, high mid, not a high bid, it's not a high mod. That would be like the guy in Quadrophenia. And then low mid, and that's where we leave off. For this instance, because we got to keep it to 10 parameters or less. Because this will be immediately available in the Rack version and anything else as soon as I post it and push a particular button in my interface, making the Rack plugin be automatically built. This is one of those ones that can immediately appear as soon as people want to use it. The wide queue is not being specified by virtue of numbers, nor should it be, because what it is I can even show you that in a moment. Let me, I think I've finished. That's it. I could just bounce over and show you. Why don't I do that? Check it out. So this is all exactly the same as what is in Biquad Stack. In my testing, I have span here. And I strangely don't have Biquad Stack showing. Instead, I have Biquad High-Low. And my Biquad span is very slow and choppy for this. But what I was wanting to show you was something else. I think span is like killing the processing here. I have to go over to this to do this. And go up here to do this. But yeah, here's Biquad Stack, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Would help if I placed it appropriately. So this is what you get, including some stuff around the edges here. And way down low. But you'll notice that that is narrower than it would be if we kept a fixed queue. It's even keeping fairly wide over here. So we go from a somewhat narrower queue to a somewhat wider queue. But it's all geared around this sort of basically parametric approach. And it's set up so that if you're boosting something, or cutting something, you have roughly equivalent bandwidth for the basic area that you're manipulating. You got a goodly amount of boost on tap, but if you're boosting this much and you want to tighten it up a little, it's quite easy to do. Yeah, well, it'll be great quite soon because this is Biquad Stack. So you can do that with that one. But then we've already got the AU version of Parametric built, and we're busy building the VST version of that. NOP. Yes, I remember my alphabet most of the time. Some weeks I'm just a lot dumber. Oh. Would help if I had it in order. So there you are. There's one of those. And there's another one. And here's another one. Or subtractions. some combination thereof, or moving them against each other to do weird things. Yeah, so there's parametric. Console X, both the channels and the bus get 4 of those rather than 3, covering the base rather than just only the low mid. And you'll note that the shape of those things are sort of funny, triangular, lumpy looking shapes. And that's because this is an unusual design based on the reason that I can't go much wider than that is because what's going on is on the verge of breaking some of the calculations if they went wider than that. Because it's 3 different bands, each of which are 3 different stages, which add up to a 6th order filter that is staggered resonances. That might sound terrifying, but it's the truth. And we're now going to try to implement it. Don't need this open anymore. I need this open. And here's how that's done. Okay, so some of this is being set up in a different way than I expected. I have started using some of these things with these 3-letter IDs, which is what I needed to do for console X. But I won't need to carry these over into the VST version of this plugin, because they will still go like from A to J. That said, I'll have to translate a little bit, but it's probably still doable. With luck, it's still doable. Otherwise, I'll be stuck and I won't be able to do anything at all. And that'd be terrible. So one of the things that I'm observing here, here's my setups. They're all labeled like L mid, H mid, and so on and so forth. One thing I could do is let the low mid sweep down lower. It's worth a thought. Any ideas, folks, on what to do about that? Seeing as this is the, like at this point now I can change this to do that. And then it'll sweep up to K, but it will sweep down to 20 Hertz rather than only down to 200. And I'm feeling like that might be my good answer, because I would like to still be able to use this on bass if you needed to. So let's use that. I do not know if that is going to force this to be like it's checking for the frequency. Is the frequency less than this? And we seemingly aren't doing it for any of these other ones. So what's the deal there? I'm going to have to sort all of these things out, aren't I? Well, we can start by doing a little test. I'll do that change, and only if it works will I then do the VST. So we're not quite done with the VST making part, because all of a sudden we're building this over again. And the reason it did that is because when I have cleared out the build folder, it needs to do it over again. See, it doesn't know what anything is. It doesn't know what a square root is. But it will this time. Bada bing, as expected, no issues. So here we are. Now we have a build folder again. And we're going to put this up here and replace what was there. Then we're going to put this over here and replace what was there. And then we're going to jump right back in and see what happens. Let's do a drum thing instead of the... We can do Discord welcome home all day long, but let's do a simple drum beat and sweep this down and start boosting the kick drum and see what happens and whether I can make it break. We keep having this saved this way. So here's our low mid, but now we can sweep it down lower. Let's see what happens. Widest as possible and sweep it right down. Okay, it didn't break. So that is our maximum parametric boost at a wide resonance, but we can narrow it. Means doing this change to the frequency means I can go lower, but the rest of it will still act the same way that it did. Like that's still mids. So the fact is LM frequency with this change isn't exactly the same as the LM frequency will be in console, which it could have been. I could have left it the way that it was. But it means you get to set it to a base frequency if that is what you want to manipulate. And indeed, I can hear the sort of thump there. Nice little rumble. Or take it away. That's taking the lows out now. I'm going to say that's adequate. Good enough. Good enough. It makes it a little bit more adaptable. And beyond that, I feel like leaving the rest of it the way it is. Yeah, okay. There is an argument for leaving it exactly the way it'll show up in Console X, but I simply don't get to use 4 bands in this because it would make 13. Would it be 13? Would it be 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 sliders, and I can't use the 13 sliders with everything that we're going to be doing. So there must be the 10 sliders, and so I am basically satisfied with this change. It can still be mostly low mids. It just lets you go lower than you otherwise would, and that's good enough for me. Back over to doing the actual plugin work. Are we done with this? Should be. Yeah. Appears to be done there. So now let's see how cumbersome this part's going to be. So this stuff is all default and fine. That's all fine. We're not keeping these. We're not keeping the names. The names are for Console X. That's why I did it that way. There's another one like that too. Stonefire is going to look that way too. It'll make it a little more difficult to do this, but that's fine. And then this, being a bigger and more complicated one, is not attempting to be stacked. I mean, well, no, it's attempting to be stacked, but it's a bigger and complicated one. It is still 4 stacked mid-range band passes being added to or subtracted to from dry. but what it's not being is smoothed. And that's because I have so much going on here, especially in console X when I have like 4 bands to do, that I'm simply not willing to have that many parameters be getting interpolated. I want that stuff to be more set and forget. So the one, which technically it would be they would be running in series rather than in parallel, but if you wanted lots of smoothed bands to be sweeping around, you could use multiple instances of biquad stack, because biquad stack is this but with smoothing. I felt that's more appropriate for something where you're going to be treating it like it's a wah or a synth filter. But this stuff, there's just too much going on. It's meant to be like a giant console covered in buttons, covered in knobs, where you're basically fine-tuning some of the knobs, but they're not all tweaking away at once. And so what we're going to do is ignore this part, which was the smoothing part, and then go in here and start updating stuff that needs updating. So we can even start with this because it's going to need updating too. And then we go right through down to here. And this is going to replace this stuff over here. Just like this. Boop, and now we are not done. We've got stuff to do. A bunch of it. Because we don't know what any of this Bram stuff is about. It needs to be a single letter, not multiple letters. And so what we're going to do is learn our alphabet and also fix some of this bit. Why do we still have that? I guess I just forgot to block it out. Yeah, so we don't need that. And everywhere it says get sample rate with a capital G, it needs to become a lowercase. And everywhere it says get parameter, it needs to become something else. Namely, it's going to need to become a single letter. So let's do the get sample rate stuff first. That should be all of it. Now, everywhere it says get parameter, it's going to become one letter. Now in the console X version of this, I'm using stuff like, not the DW, but where it says get parameter K param LMG, replacing all of this with just LMG. But we're not using that this time around. Instead, we're counting from A to J, which means, and boy, do these checks not need to be made. That's never going to be. Meh. I guess it's an insanity check. That's fine. We will leave that alone, and let's just do the bits I just said I was going to do. Namely, this is not a TRF, this is A. Because they are in sequence, so this becomes B, this becomes C, I assume, yeah? Yeah, reso. Because it's generated out of level. So top to bottom, it's A, B, C, D, etc. So frequency, level, and reso, this does end up becoming C. Very good. And then we're done with that one, and on we go to the next one. We're starting with D. This becomes level, although it also has non-lin in there. E, and then F becomes this. Bringing us to G. Here's G. Oh, look, we get to use a capital G out of that. Fine. H. slow down when my brain shuts off and doesn't want to work anymore. And I. And then the very last one is the dry wet control, which is not going to be in console, and it's J. And that should do it. That should just about do it. Let's try to select the right area now. Meaning I can scooch this down to where I'll need it here. Because both of these things need this, and that should be good, meaning that I'm pretty close to being done, he says, hopefully. He says this optimistically. And I'll tell you why. Because we can do all of this, and then in one search and replace, we can do all of the right channel stuff too. Because the only place we have a capital L is where all of these things... Ooh, hang on. I lie. That's not true at all. Well, let's just take these and go. See how everywhere it's doing input sample? I can still make this work. So let's do it like this. These are 3 biquad filter sections. Copy. Zoop down here. We're not going to use dry sample. We're not going to use any of this stuff. Instead, just everything goes away, and now there's a space to put things in. And now we're going to everywhere it says input sample, which is this one spot right in the beginning for each of these. They all have to become input sample L. And everywhere else it's just internal calculations for this stuff. And it's also being spelled out as capital L. If we go back and then copy this, we will have literally what we just had over again. But then if we do the simple find and replace, hold down option, so only in selection, this is now the right channel for everything, and we're done. Almost. Because we're generating these. This is what I'm going to be doing in console X as well, is generating these very early on so that they're not compressed. They're like the raw sonority of whatever mid-range boost it is before any dynamics are processed, other than it'll be gated. They won't be compressed, but they will be gated because you have to be able to make them go silent in the gating world. And then we have this. There's our L. In fact, we don't need it to be as complicated as, well, no, we kind of do, don't we? We're fine. It's all fine. Everything's fine. That's a loading ready run skit that they do. If you ever have a chance of like Google searching loading ready run, everything is fine. It's a very funny comedy skit, especially considering that this is a internet comedy troupe that's been around for like 10, 20 years, or it's been around for a while. And it's one of their early ones. And yet it's like Monty Python grade funny. When it's just these guys in Canada that just started doing stuff that's fairly early internet people. So here we go. Everything's fine. Fine, I tell you. And here we have L, 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 L plus this, R, and R plus this. So at this point, we can take this entire thing and plunk it down here, and it should be ready to go. And with one paste, we should be done. Let's find out how true that is. Build. Build succeeded. It does not even necessarily throw any warnings. So on the assumption that we are in fact well and truly done, there's our updated with the wider travel AU. You will soon see that biquad high-low that I was mentioning earlier. And Option drag to drop it into the right place, which is the VST folder, not the components folder. And then this goes over here in the optimistic hope that it is in fact done and fine. But the optimism may very well be justified. Let's find out. We'll go into our drum section, because that gives plenty of room for boosts. And we'll go and look up VST effects, parametric, and see if it appears. Element OP. I know, letters. Yay. There it is. So far, so good. Lovely. There's that bass. Done. Done. Seems to work. Seems to work. Cool. That's 3 plugins ready to be generated as VSTs and made in the Windows and Linux and all of that kind of stuff. So, not bad. I want to get, before the day is done, I want to get to Stonefire Comp. Let's keep moving. Because here we have one called biquad high-low. Here's what that's about. It's very much like your SSL high-low, except for not, because it's a little steeper. High passing. Low passing. Now in Console X, this has a special function because it is another one of those tripled up bands where you get to sweep it around like this. I've been spending some time trying to figure out if I can do a band pass and have those controls do the same things, but on a single band pass, but I have problems making it work because what's happening is can't make it do the controls independently. I can do a single bandpass that will do a fairly good job of acting like one of these. Like for instance, I can make the bandpass come fairly close to doing this. Although not really quite the same. But I can't make it do stuff like, here's a fully bright high pass, and then you move it to the middle, and it subtly cuts that. Instead, stuff starts jumping around because this is 2 filters rather than 1. But the other purpose behind this, you'll see, we'll get there. The other purpose behind this is that this is constructed out of biquad filters. I'm not even using nonlinear filters on this because what they're doing elsewhere is too important. But they're still a 6th order filter, they're still stacked. Meaning, if you take it just off of 0, it kicks in, and then you have a very clean 20K biquad, much like ultrasonic or whatever. But if it's distributed, it's doing that same very clean ultrasonic filter on console X, either bus or channel, as a default thing. And if you can make use of a low pass that cuts lower, you can do that very clean 6th order like ultrasonic or hypersonic, but add a frequency of your choice rather than just 20K. So if you're looking to make your mix have sounds where it's super good about not having aliasing, this is your thing. It'll do an incredible job of not generating aliasing in the process of the mixing. If you simply use that, otherwise, take it entirely off and you're good. It'll even reinforce if other oversampling is in use. And then you've also got a high pass that's on tap, and that is distributed too. But this is actually not distributed because this is the guts from which I am making it. And this is not made yet because it's just sitting there with nothing in it. So we're going to go and get the biquad high-low audio unit. And BIQH is the code name for this one. So that goes here. And then we're going to do our usual bouncing around like mad as we set all this stuff up. This one only has 2 controls, so that is a little bit simpler. This is one of those ones where I renamed it. And in fact, I think I have a change to make here as well. It looks very much like I don't want it to be set to default to 1 because that is defaulting to cutting off the highs completely. That is not what we want. And I think I remembered to do that in console X, but it would be very funny and embarrassing if I did not. Anyways, over to getting some of this stuff up and running. 2 controls, not 26. That should do. That should do. And then at the bottom of this file, I need these. Again, this is not smoothed, and this is not, so it's not like an isolator filter. If you want an isolator filter, I have a special one for that purpose that can be more easily sweeped. This is a utility filter, and it's one of those controls that sits on the top of the huge mixing console with a million controls. So this is how that works. It's kept to bare minimum for the amount of functionality that it is producing. And we can jump over to here. It's going to be called high pass and low pass. So I might just be able to skip ahead and not be looking stuff up that's not necessary to look up. Should also be zeros and ones for the maximum ranges, so I shouldn't need to customize that. There we are. And then the rest of this is routine. He says as he deletes wrongly and has to remove an extra space. There. That should be it. Should be done. Over to this section, and this is 2 things rather than 3 or 4 things, so that should be a little simpler, I hope. Don't need to do anything from here, don't need to do anything from here. We're going to be renaming this hip and lop business. Don't need in frames to process. So let's just take this like we did before. Let's take it including the overall scale. I'll have to rename it, but that's fine. Go right down to here. Copy. Pasty. And these need to be lowercase g's, and so do these. And we're looking at A and B rather than get param hip and get parameter param lop, which is high pass and low pass, by the way. That said, we are using them twice because we have a disengage control. There's B. So if we're literally at 0, this stuff switches off completely. And that is because if I am running stuff cleanly, I don't want to run stuff through superfluous filters. So it's possible to switch these off. That is very much intentional. I believe we're finished with that, which means that we're ready to copy it over to the other place. Let's give that a shot. We're racing through this so that I can show you Stonefire because that's even more fun. I'm quite excited about that one. I'm not sure if I've ever done Stonefire on stream, by the way. That might be a complete surprise to everyone. And wouldn't that be fun? However, here we clearly do have to do this thing. Here's our stacked high pass and our stacked low pass. Hang on. Wait a second. What's going on with this? I'm very suspicious of what I see here. Do I have extra code in here that I'm not thinking of? What the hey? So you might not know why I freaked out and screeched to a halt. I'll tell you why. What I see on the screen is input sample, right? I can do edits in scope. This is the part that I need to make L or R, but what's it doing at each of the stages? Shouldn't I be using high pass temp? And if so, can I get a better reaction out of this if I do it properly? I feel like this is only applying a single stage rather than the 6 stages, and this might very well want a serious... Oh, I stand corrected. Look at this. Look at this. Here's our stages, and this is why I freaked out. I was expecting to see this here. What we're doing with this high pass and low pass, if they are engaged, which sometimes they're not, is we are making the high pass, we are applying this stuff, we're doing these things, it's all very complicated, and then we are taking the output, which is high pass temp here, and assigning it back to input sample again, so this is fine. So when I keep saying input sample shows up all over the place here, when I keep seeing that, it's okay because I'm overriding it. These are like destructive. Unlike the parametrics were not doing anything like this because they weren't touching input sample once it feeds in the beginning. These are more destructive. They take input sample and they repetitively high pass it or low pass it or both. See where it says rest of control goes here? So every step of the way, these are in fact doing a thing, and each stage does have a cumulative effect rather than starting over with the initial sound that hasn't been changed. It's like, no, this initial sound has been changed each step of the way because of this stuff that I kind of hid over here to make it smaller and take up less space. So, panic averted. I'm not sure if I'd call it panic, but like, whoa, 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 stop. What's wrong with this picture? And that was what was potentially wrong with the picture, except for it's really not. So, crisis averted. Let's grab this, paste this into the other program, and never speak of these things again. And that'll work kind of like this. No need for dry sample, or no wish for dry sample. There's our stacked low pass, there's our stacked high pass. But what we do need to do here is take this entire area and call all the input sample L. And we can do that with more find and replace. But I have to do it within the context of the selected area only. Because I took that from a place where it was not a stereo plugin. Holding down in selection and go. Now this stuff matches this stuff. But we've only got one of them. So what we can do is basically what I did when I did this for the Console X. We can use the same high pass and low pass engage. Well, actually, no, we can just double this up. If I do it right. There we are. But I won't leave it at that. So what we're going to do is Similar deal to what I just did. We've still got find and replace open, but this time we're just taking the L. Isn't that always, as is my wont, as I usually do take the L. Here is a case where I'm also taking the L. But in this case, we want to change all these internal variables to the versions that have to do with the right channel. So we hold down Option, so it says in selection, and boop, without having touched it, we've done everything right with one exception. We're now doing stack to row pass, so I got to put that bit back. But other than that, everything's fine. And we technically don't even need to worry about that so much, because I'll tell you one other thing. We can take all of this bit in the middle, cut, and paste it in where the rest of the stacked high pass stuff is working. Because now we're doing input sample right. And it'll all still do the same basic thing. Up to and including, it's now doing input sample right equals the temp. And we get to reuse the temp for the right side things as well. We can do the same deal with taking everything out of this right channel low pass engage, namely cut, and then paste it in here. Boop. And we can even take this high pass engage stuff over here, and if I'm not mistaken, I doubled this up for use with console X. I've got the low pass also blanking. When I say blanking, this is what this means. Left 1 and 2 equals right 1 and 2 equals 0. All of them get blanked. When we do 0, in other words, when we have high pass engage off, if it's on, we do this. If it's off, it's false. Therefore, we do this, meaning we are blanking out these values. But we can also do that on this. But we got to do a little change. See, if there's no low pass engage, we could make these be blanked. But what we're going to need to do is find out, never mind, find out. I think it's going to be fine. We're going to take those internal variables, but instead of using the high pass, we're going to use the low pass filter section. He says, fiercely clicking away and trying to make it work. And then we're even going to take out that. And now we have the stacked low pass, and both of them are in stereo now. Meaning we don't need this no more. Or this. There's nothing there. So that should in fact work. Funnily enough, about the way it says rest of control strip goes here, that doesn't make any sense. Harmless. But what I've ended up doing is having the first stage of both the high pass and the low pass hit first, and then the middle stage in the middle, and the last stage like right at the end, because it's for distributed suppression of aliasing issues. And it's also going to do interesting things with controlling the high pass. Will have more interesting effects if I do it that way. And let's get to this. And let's see if we have it building and running. Compiling. The warnings are not serious. The warnings will go away. There's our audio unit. There's our VST. Option drag to the VSTs folder, not the components folder. We're going to be on to Stonefire comp probably here after 3, because I'm telling you what, I'm going to need to take a brief break, but not a very long one. I'm pretty sure I can get away with a very brief break. Here's biquad high-low. We'll throw in the drums again. I basically remember what I had last time. Here's the VST version. High pass. Low pass. And again, if you just barely crack it open, as long as it doesn't actually say 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, you got essentially a 20K ultrasonic filter, a 6th order 20K ultrasonic filter. But then we can also go super mid-rangey. And there we go. I'm going to call that satisfactory, although I'm interested in also checking to see whether I edited all of the things. I don't know if that is just loading because I had set it to that, so let's not bother with that part. I might sound like I'm babbling, but I have an idea as to what I want to look into, and here is part of it. Let's look into whether our H file, yep, 0 and 0. And then I'm going to be a little bit saucy. You don't get to see this yet, but I am just curious as to whether my enormous control here, oh, that's not going to be okay. All right, so mental warning, need to go and update this. And I'm going to need to rebuild a bunch of stuff. And let's see whether my already built VST version remedies that problem or not. Because I think that's going to be in the H file. Look at how many controls, far too many controls. No, it's going to be in the CPP file. Ah, but that one's fine. Okay, that saves me time. CPP file. Yep, that one's fine. But when I go back over to the AU, which since it's not the VST, I can build it like here. H file for this one. So I tell you what, we're going to quickly build these because this is an obvious problem. And it needs to start at 0. We can't have them instantiating at fully rolled off. That is no bueno. Super duper no bueno. And we're also going to need to copy over. No, we don't, do we? I only need to copy it on the SD card that I believe currently contains all of that stuff. That is like one character that had to be changed to make it be okay again. So let's run around fixing the problems. Pretty straightforward. I haven't made any of the signed versions. I haven't made any of the developments, and literally it looks like all of the VSTs were fine. And all of the EUs are right now set up incorrectly so that the low pass is engaged at full crank as soon as you turn it on, and that's not okay. So let's rebuild that while I also have a look at display overlay over here. We're going to be updating those. Did I finish building? There we go. So this is basically me scampering around finding a bug and fixing it. There's our console X bus. I was playing very coy about this until I realized, oh my god, it's super broken. But I'm very pleased that it's only the AU, because that means none of the VST stuff needs to be changed. So let's yank this out of here. Put this in here. This is the part I was hiding, but it'll be exciting. I'm just not showing it off. But, so, and command drag, because I'm prepared to just straight up replace these as I go. And this is how I transport this stuff around. Like, for instance, here's the Linux versions of these things. If I glance at that, I see that those are also 0 and 0 because they are all literally copied from the Mac VST version. So if the Mac VST version is good, then that other stuff is good. However, observe that this stuff, which I am attempting to run with, is in fact defaulting to the wrong number. But all I have to do is copy it over, and all I have to change is one character in each of these, and so I don't actually need to do anything more than edit that one character as I copy it over. And that process looks something like this. Not a 1, no 1 for you. You need to be a 0. This is also the process by which I'm going to copy over all of these other guys as I go. Okay, so that was exciting. By the way, just for laughs, seeing as I was talking about all of that stuff, there is a simple problem with the use of console X and why I need to build it into a GUI enabled thing. And here's your problem with console X. I can't reach the fader. I can't reach the fader. It's also very unworkable, but that's the main problem with console X. Okay, so it is 3:05, and we are about to do Stonefire Comp, and also Pop 3, which is similar to Stonefire Comp. But until then, I want to take a moment and, I'm not going to make another cup of coffee, but I'm going to visit the restroom, and I'm going to sort of breathe a little bit. And so, on that note, I'm going to bounce back over here. And play some weird music of some kind. I don't remember what this actually was, but I know that it's going to go through in audio capture. And I'll be able to play the meter on it. So enjoy whatever this is. Oh wait, I haven't set it to play yet. I will remind myself of what it is. Cool. Enjoy in full fidelity. There we go, good enough. The way this is showing up on the meterings is not entirely shabby, although there is still good work that could be done to make it better. I'm looking forward to being able to do mixing that's actually going to adapt to what I'm able to learn this way. Speaking of things I'm able to learn this way, let's talk about Stonefire. One of the things I thought about fairly quickly, and this is the herbal tea that I made. It's going to be a little while steeping, but that's much better than coffee at this time of day. One of the things that I thought of when dealing with Stonefire is this is so different, and yet it's kind of acting like a compressor. What would happen if I had a multiband compressor that was actually Stonefire? What would happen if I had a multiband compressor, but it was not a frequency crossover, it was a Kalman filter? Because I know that those can equate to being the same, like, how do I describe this? Like this. Here is stone, your fire, range. You can use the threshold to suppress things in different ways. Dry or considerably more compressed. And then your global ratio because we're in the same boat of needing to have 10 parameters rather than many more parameters than that. And then we've got output controls as well, which are these fire and stone at 0.5. So if we have the arrange control set so that stone is mostly enabled, we can compress it and we have an attack and release. Fast release is quite aggressive. And then the attack pokes out. Especially if you make a release crank up. It's easier heard. I want to put this on for a second. I want to make sure that this is working properly. If I have to debug this, oh boy. Although I still have a couple hours left thereabouts. So what do we got? That's interesting. It got upset. What's going on here? Why is threshold not doing what I expect? Why am I still getting an output even though stone and fire are off? Okay, now I'm not. So we're not going to do this today. We're going to find out what went wrong. Because this is supposed to be possible to shut off. And yet we are somehow not. Good, because this is important because this went into console X. So rather than actually port this over, it's time to reinvestigate and find out what happened. Something happened. Why is it do the thing that it do? So here's what we're working with. Fire threshold, stone threshold. They're kicking in funny behaviors on the compression outputs. Range is setting between stone and fire as expected. Ratio should be applying itself to both. And parameter E and parameter I, namely fire and stone respectively, are supposed to be able to go down to silence, but they're only able to do that once the compressor is doing something, and that makes no sense at all. Also, we're going from B to K rather than A to J. And that's because there was something up at the top that I did not use. So we are a stereo plugin. We are a stereo Kalman filter of X number of bands, or whatever, however it's being implemented. And we have a gate setting as well, which is not currently in use to my knowledge. So this is the guts of Stonefire Comp. He says as he's almost finished with my herbal tea. Says making me wish I was drinking coffee, but I am not really wishing I was drinking coffee. It's 3:24 in the afternoon. This is no time for me to be drinking coffee. So fire L, temp equals input sample L equals input sample L times So the way we're generating Kalman is with a single crossover. Give me a second. I'm going to go and stir some stevia into this and put the tea bag away. So for what it's worth, it's been 2 significant bugs found and fixed today. One of them was the guy that suggested what was wrong with K Cathedral, and that's now been fixed in all of its places. Other than I still need to generate the binaries for all that, so I need to do more. But it's been fixed on GitHub, so the auto-generated stuff works with it. And finding that the low pass was set to fully engaged rather than off is important, and I fixed that. And we made biquad stack, and we made parametric, and biquad high-low, which is where I found the problem with the 1 that needed to be a 0. For a day when I'm really dumb and incapable, this is not that bad of a track record. It's not that bad of a day as far as me being able to do stuff versus being helpless. But here is something that is concerning me. Why is my compression not working right? I think the Kalman stuff is working correctly, so this is not going to be the problem. This is not going to be where the issue lives. This is. So when we engage the threshold, like we're doing here, so fire is set to 0, stone is set to 0, I believe that these are supposed to be gain levels where you can boost or cut them, right? Like, it feels like that's what this is supposed to be. But if threshold is not engaging, they're not doing anything. It sounds just dry. Whereas what I'm looking for is to be able to shut them off doing this, or boost, but only when it engages the threshold, only when the compression kicks in, does this do anything. So why is that? What is happening? I see one concern. I think I found it. And that means I may very well be able to make the VST anyway. So see how this is doing various stuff, and I should check to see if it's doing this in Fire Comp L. So, pad and gain are two different things. Let's find out where we're defining this, because here's the thing. I'm pretty sure that's where that final control is, and that final control is supposed to be doing something, whether the compression is in or not. But if the compression has not engaged because we do not have the threshold working, then the Fire Comp L is probably going to be either 1 or larger than 1, because it starts as 1. You have to have the threshold engaged before it does anything. As such, we're not actually applying FirePad effectively to this. Where are we getting it? That equals gain, but limited. So if you boost, you can boost into there. However, if you're not boosting, if you attenuate, okay, so let's see, FirePad starts as being gain, but you can also attenuate. I'm pretty sure what that means. Where are we getting that? Don't mind me, I'm all over this thing trying to figure out what I did. This is the end result of one of those bursts of like coding where it's like, oh my god, look at me doing all of this stuff, and then what the hell have I done? Also, to what extent does this even affect what lives in the newer ones? By which I mean console X. To what extent is this acting similarly? Because here we have a similar thing. We've got the biquads. We've got, this time, Stonefire and air, whereas the comp isn't using that. Oh, I think we're getting a little tricky. We don't have a pad on that at all, do we? This may be acting totally different. Okay, so here's Stone Dynamics. We're using a gate for that. And Stone L and Stone R. Gain is distinct for this. So console X channel is not going to be giving me a problem because you do have control over those things. I may even be able to prove it. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Before we dive into this further, I may even be able to prove it. Oh, we've already got that open. What the hell am I doing? So, we can't access all the things. Oh, effect stack, don't need that. We can't access all the things, but we can run one of the stages and hello? What? Okay, now if we just open it, it's willing to show all of the things. Fair. Didn't expect that. Oh, but I can't play anything. Okay, so there's room for all of this kind of sort of maybe. Let's see if we can hit space and... No. No. And we don't actually want those to be 0.5s, but that's a whole other story. Is there any way I can manipulate this to where it will play? No, I don't think so. But I can play stuff off of the stacks. See, it says effect stacks. And if I do this, apparently, oh, I know what's happening. These are the VSTs. Are they yet? No? Yes? That looks like a VST to me. I don't think that's the same. Oh my God, what am I doing? I'm losing control of myself. I have no idea what the hell's going on. Let's close span. Because from the stack I can hit play over here. So let's just... This is the end of the day that has gone horribly awry, and yet we shall prevail. And I'll show you how. See? Audio unit looks different from the VSTs. The VSTs draw larger faders and things and take up so much more space that with this I can fit 36 things. The VST I cannot. Okay, that's bad mojo. I'm not sure what that was about. Top DB works. Fader works. I don't know how many of these things are all screwed up. Here's our high mid. Yep, that works. I think I think it's just being freaky. I don't know what it was doing. Here we have a roll off, high pass. Oh, thresholds were half engaged, so it freaked out a little bit. There we go. So that was acting a little weird, but this is what it's supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be playing straight up, except for we do have a saturation engaged. And air, fire, stone. And these will live in a different place on the interface. But if we cut all of them completely, it's silence. And then if we have only fire, threshold. This is the behavior I'm supposed to be getting. So here we have threshold for fire and stone, ratio, and then attack and release. There's a fast release and a slow attack. Fast, slower. in a very fast ratio. And then by contrast, here's the stone band. Compress the heck out of that. Fast release, slower attack, fast attack, slow attack on stone. And we can also do a slow release. And then we also have a gate, but we're not worried about that. The gate does this. We're now gated. There is no sound. And then if I change the gate, which we're not going to get on the Stonefire comp, because there's not enough room for all those controls. And this is why I'm going to want a control surface for all of this. Let's see, where was that gate? Where was that gate? Gate, where are you? It says threshold. Gate engaged. We have a separate air for everything, and that's because some of my speculations on this this is the kind of stuff that we're hoping to sort of magnify. So let's get out of here. And we figured out what went wrong, and we figured out that the console X that you will eventually get, but it'll take a while because there's a lot of work to do, as you may very well imagine and see, does not suffer from the problem that this is suffering from. This is Stonefire Comp. This is the immediately accessible version that's going to be probably in under a month will come out. And this is why it's going wrong. Pad is not doing useful things. And I'm trying to figure out why I have a separate gain and pad other than I'm probably using it to boost into the compressor just for laughs, just to be able to. So let's investigate that. Fire pad, fire gain. So the comp output maxes out as I think I know why this is doing what it's doing. I think I know. I can put an else in under the circumstances that fire comp is equal to 1. Well, thank you, power user. Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes it's very much like pulling teeth. This is a day like that. I think I'm doing a lot of progress, but I'm basically throwing myself at bugs and problems all day long, so it can be ruthless. But yeah. So I'm pretty sure that what happens here is that fire comp can be pushed above 1. And we're not supposed to be doing that, but oh, I have an idea. Might be able to make this a lot simpler. Watch this. The question is, will that work? But it sure is simple. Because that is a clear problem that I found and have hopefully just solved. Because we're supposed to be able to turn down these things as we need them. And it's not going to be a problem for the console version of that, because the console version of that has a dedicated knob that is always functioning. Whereas this one, it's using that end knob also as a sort of gain boost. Well, I mean, power user, I'm currently working on something that has something that acts like a filter already. I'm not sure what you mean by how I understand them, but look at what I'm doing right here. Stone L times equals to stone pad. This is split into two band-like things. Oh. And if I'm lucky, we're done. That might have fixed the problem I just had. I don't know. We'll find out. Let's find out. Also, I shouldn't be using Discord Welcome Home, because the thing about that is it is very legato. There's almost nothing going on with it that is allowing the attacks and releases to work. It's basically just like a continuing flow. Oh, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. So let's see, we've got this going on. So you're talking about how you think of them. So here's how this works. Kalman L. Kalman is a filter-like thing, but it's not really a filter. That's true. That is very dynamic and punchy, although it is also fairly legato in its own way. We'll try all of the tests. We'll do all the tests. For now, I need to build this. Oh, it needs to build twice because I have apparently stripped all of the build folders out. These audio units, they need to build multiple times because they apparently build their resources the first time through and only then can they use them. So I have to hit build twice, and then it has a build folder and a lot of other stuff as well. There's the one to copy it over to. If this is working, then it'll be time to copy it over, and I'll probably have time to do that by the end of the day. I may be able to burn through this in Pop 3, and that would be pretty exciting. I'm not sure how well that will cover how I like to think of filters, because that is like, I am at a loss for how to parse that question. Firstly, let's test this thing out while I sip a little more of my tension tamer tea, because bashing against some of these things does end up becoming tension. So, silence. There's our threshold. It appears to be working. What happens when we let the threshold come back up? Make it more full range. Yeah, we're able to attenuate it now. The reason I put extra gain in is because you can drop the threshold down so low. Slower release smooths out that sort of sputteriness going on. We're going to have the volume swoop up as we go into the fade. Yeah, no real change. Now we can do a slow attack and fast release. We got a little burst there, probably just a factor of the compression. This is what you get with a really slow attack. Medium slow. Both of them at medium. We'll exaggerate the threshold even more. This is basically the Pop 3 compressor right there. Except for what we're looking at is it adapted to Stonefire, but without the air band, because that's a part of a larger, complicated thing, and we didn't have enough faders for this. And then ratio means we can blur between the super compressed version. This is not really designed to have insane dynamic inversion madness. That said, you mentioned trying other sounds, and one thing we can do is try drums, because the drums contain more around the sounds. The peaks will poke out differently here. So raw, and single band, all dedicated to fire. We can make the attack poke out this way, or cut it off, and we can make the release slow down, although only to a point. When we have the threshold engaged. Oh, and we can also do crazy things too. Like, it does have the capacity to do unexpected stuff. I changed the threshold a little bit until it was actively working a lot more. And now we're compressing real hard, but not releasing fast enough to bring it up. Whereas when we compress harder than that, it's engaging in a different way. So this is all different stuff. And we've got a lot of boost on tap because 0.5 is unmodified sound. So threshold is really pretty effective immediately. Like, it's kind of on there. It doesn't take much to bring in threshold. This is not a linear behavior. So if we have only this much of it, our release is slowish, but we can bring in attack too fast enough that it's really stepping on it, or slow enough that it's acting fairly normally, at which point we can lower threshold more or not, I suppose. And we we have a potentially mighty slow release. Or we can have a very fast release. It does tend to sound pretty similar. It's going to be, I guess people are going to have to learn this one, right? So here's how we get into a more insane 80s style compression, which is not fundamentally what this is about. There's probably going to be better things for doing this with it. But we can put the front cap on it. We can drop it down to unity gain. This is how much it's being stepped on. We can do a weird gatey thing by having an incredibly slow release and an incredibly fast attack. Although interestingly, the release is sweeping up delicately as it goes. Set just right, you can get a double effect going. Meanwhile, we're not doing anything with stone yet because it's not engaged. Now it is. So there's our threshold for that, and a lot of additional gain on it. Meanwhile, what do we just do to fire? So there's our fire. There's our stone. And we can set it to do this. It's peaking on the meters quite hard, but I'm not sure that means anything. So we've got a funny thing going on with the releases, although honestly, the release on stone is incredibly fast. Oh yeah, using this we're basically just able to step on it completely so that the release is useless. Also, we can put more of a point on it. We can use this as the foundation and then bring in fire. So there's a weird effect. You got some unusual compressive behavior going on there. That's not what one normally calls a compressor behavior at all. But we do have that ratio which applies to both of these things. So here's our default sound. And if we combined it with this insane sound, we can get a sort of accentuated thing going on. Or if we didn't want it to be this goofy, both of our releases are really slow. So if we used it to just boost, well, I've got too much boost on here though. So full crank. Both of the attacks are incredibly fast. Arguably, that may very well be too fast. I think this is going to want all of its controls to be reasonably set rather than the unreasonableness we're doing. So to listen to only the fire setting, we do have a lot of gain going on in the threshold. Like, here's our raw setting. Let's make it act like more like a limiter. And then you can totally dynamically invert it. But that's too much. That's kind of nice and beefy in its way. And then we'll use this just as thump. So this is also a compressor, but the release and attack are acting all weird. That's a neat noise. Bring fire back. So we go from fairly normal, and wait for it to stop. Maybe my thresholds are scaled wrongly. And we can use the ratio to fade between those things. So here's our normal. And this is a little more 80s. How about you? Definitely more on the 80s side. God, excuse me. I don't have any more herbal tea ready. Oh, also, I see that it is 4:03. I need to thaw out some stuff. Tell you what, let's close out of this. I was asked for alien kittens. Let's compress alien kittens while I go off and get some things out of the freezer. And it sure enough does crazy things here. Back in a moment. we go. So that ought to do. This is bumpier ride than I was really expecting from today, but there's nothing so wrong with that. And we successfully got this bit to work, which would work in console, and it would be irrelevant in Pop 3 because Pop 3 is this without the multiband. I feel like the multiband makes everything so much more complicated that I don't necessarily want to lead with that. Let me show you what I mean. This should be here and probably quite ready to go. Oh, interesting. Will you look at that? I thought it was less complicated, but no, Pop 3 is literally everything that you would have in Console X except the multiband. Check it out. So with this one, here's your threshold. Here's a release. Ratio. Sustain is a useful little thing in its way for tightening up dynamic stuff that's doing this stuff. Release can slow down like this, and then here's our attack control doing its thing. And we can accentuate it a little bit, and we can take the threshold away again. But yeah, this is essentially everything that will go into. See, the whole idea behind, let me show you. Here's how it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be doing this Stonefire comp gate stuff. Like, this is Pop 3, complete with the thresholds, all of these things, complete with the end parts. But it's supposed to be laid out like this, so you'd basically be keeping stone and fire the same under most circumstances. You'd be able to relate to whether these are going to be different or the same. Plus, you have range to be able to switch it out entirely if you want. And then we can cut it off with threshold. So that's pretty intense. You can see, well, you can't see right now, but in a moment you can see. You can see that it is in fact compressing. Without it, we got this. With it, we got this. So we are most definitely compressing. Faster. And then as we slow the release way down, we can get into some interesting behaviors there, because it does need to, if the threshold is as low as this, with the full volume being that. The answer to that is yes. And no. But you can do this with POP3. So let's get out of here because we have satisfactorily demonstrated that Stonefire was fixed by the changes that I have just made at the last moment. And I mean the last moment. I'll just double check that I've got it the way I want it. There's our common, there's the dynamics, and we have to have else stonel times stonepad. If the compression is greater than 1, that means we're not compressing, and so we just drop back to the raw level, and I'm pretty sure that is the correct answer. And then when we're heavily compressed, this starts to kick in. But it is a different scenario. Like when it's really fully cranked, I'm hoping that this is all working okay. Was there anything else that I could have checked? Probably. Let's fire up a 96K version of Alien Kittens and throw Stone Comp at it again. Okay, that's very intensely compressed. And we don't have any stone, and we don't have any range. 0 means only fire. Turn all the thresholds to fully on. Set to very fast. We can do this by suppressing fire completely. We can do this by suppressing stone completely. At which point we start to hear the Kalman artifacts. Let's make it mid-rangey. So now we get to compress things separately, and if we only use the compressor to do it, if we don't actually do this boosty stuff here, which we're only doing a tiny amount, so let's set both of these thresholds down a little bit. Set the compressy stuff to roughly medium speed. See what that does. Let's set stone to a little quicker. I'm speculating on whether I want to scale these differently. That said, we sure are compressing, aren't we? We're compressing so hard we're dynamically inverting and we're barely touching threshold. Beefy. I said, we were cranked way up. So again, threshold on fire squishes it away completely. Threshold on stone squishes that away completely, and we no longer have any lows. Am I scaling threshold in some way, or am I just leaving it raw? Because I feel like there's use for these extreme ranges to some extent. It's also a little bit tricky because the way that it's compressing, we're not hearing wild distortions in the tone, so it's a little deceptive. Full crank. Moderately adjusted. Incredibly slow release. So now that's weird. Look at how hard we're compressing with no threshold. It's able to smush it way down. Is our attack too fast? I feel like the release is too slow here. It's acting like my old Heritage Audio successor when set to limiting. What if our attacks are incredibly slow? What about that? Because that's probably the problem. I'm probably having such a fast attack that it's just losing its damn mind. So how about insanely slow release, but also very slow attack? Slowest possible attack. What do we get now? Okay, volume came back. Ooh, weirdness. So we sure have the ability to aggressively throw threshold down. Maybe this ultra-fast nonsense is not our friend. What if we have a dead simple middle setting? Now what? We have a floatier kind of sound that seems to be basically working. Definitely a little saturated. Even less threshold. Naturally, it's going to do this. This is as far down as we can squish. we're getting weird results when we had the threshold not as nearly low as you'd imagine. I guess because it's slamming into the threshold extra hard. Like here's our raw sound. Now when we try to compress it, I feel the distinctions in there. Oh, here's where we can start bringing the release back in appropriately. So I can kind of make the subs come through in an interesting way. It seems to gravitate towards, you find a setting where you basically understand what it's doing, and little tiny adjustments across what seems like an enormously huge range are what are carrying the day. Like we're going from this to this. With none of the lows, this is what we're working with. With none of the highs, this is what the lows are doing. So we can do this to try to isolate out those synth noises and have it just be the thumping of the bass. Bring the thumping in faster like this. That's aggressive. And yeah. Really is a fairly unmanageable beast, but that does appear to be working more or less the way I had in mind. Oh, look, here is a bass track. Let's see what it does with this, because it's designed to be a channel compressor gate apparatus. We just don't get to do it full on this way. If we had it doing this, Let's see what happens when we just crank. We can get it to be louder and more compressed. That's kind of the idea. This is going to take some learning. On the bass, we don't really have anything happening up in the highs at all. And we have great difficulty hanging under the lows under some circumstances. Yeah, Stone has difficulty with some of these tones. But you're not supposed to have them at the soloed. So no thresholds, you get this. Severe thresholds, you get that. Medium thresholds. I think it's just too spiky to work well with such a fast attack. The attack is making it become exaggerated. Also, we're not summing these pickups properly because they're on each side. So this is a torture test for how difficult I can make this for the plugin. I think it's able to compress it in such a way that if I set it up right, it's like talking through its sound fairly well. But that's definitely not one of the easiest settings for this. Bear in mind, this particular thing that I've done with these two tracks, and I got to keep an eye out for whether I've just burned all the rest of my time chatting and yammering and fussing around. It's meant to do this. I'm supposed to be able to make a sound like that out of it, which is not the forte of that particular compressor, not all by itself. Supposed to be able to compress something out of this by a combined sound. So yeah, I mean, we'll kind of see, I guess. I'm pretty sure that with the threshold not engaged, it's going to stay clean anyway. So let's see. Build. So there's that. I mean, the problem there was not so much about the code being wrong or broken. It's that I'm trying to work with this, which I really don't have the experience of working with it. And it's a powerful but mysterious compressor, because the problem there is I've got it set up to have maximum engagement while causing as little change to the tone as possible. So it's essentially fighting me and trying not to be heard. And certain things like drums or whatever, I can get it to sound obvious enough that I can tell what's going on, but it really is fighting me as hard as it can to not let me know what it's doing. And this is a characteristic of compression. So my problem will become your problem shortly, because I'm going to see whether I can't build this in the last half hour on my stream, at which point it can come out and be everybody's problem. It's not like I haven't had similar issues with my Heritage Audio successor. If I set my successor to be the same thing as I was working with that, which is namely like the ratio was always at full crank, then what happens with it is input coming in tends to kick the gain down abruptly to very quiet or dynamically inverted or do all of those weird things that I was hearing and stuff that I've heard out of the physical compressor when I was not able to set it properly. When I was struggling with making it do what I want, I was hearing stuff similar. Oh dear. Oh, no, it's 10. 8, 9, 10. It's just B through K rather than A through J. Fine, we're fine. It's good. We're going to translate it somehow. Like this. So there's our 10 parameters. That we're going to do our level best to make work. And let's just run around babbling and trying to put this together at the last minute. Because why not? It would be amusing and fun if we succeed. If not, we have made many other things today and it's all fine. We do not have any gates, so I don't know why that's still there. I am tempted to make it literally go away and see what we got. Oh, I bet I know. Gate, huh? We don't have any gates here. That's from something else. we can build another version of this plugin, changing it at the last moment once again, because this belongs to something else that we don't have room for here. Sure enough, here we are madly moving stuff around. Replace the older component. Just a couple of variables that we're not using anymore. And goodbye to you, sir. Scooch all of my stuff back over to where I hopefully can figure out what I'm doing. And boop. So we're going to need that. Oh, hey, that's not even the right place for that. Hang on. Slow your roll. Mr. Johnson, you're losing your mind again. Must be Tuesday. Oh, it is Tuesday. Hey, fancy that. This is the part that I needed to paste here. Got to keep that running pattern to keep from like beating myself to death with a water bottle. Which are not actually, they're fairly soft, so it's safe. I say that, and you know I do have hickory tubey drumsticks sitting around here, so if things get more frustrating, I'll know what to do. This should be correct. We're going to keep closing everything we can while we can. No, I do not want breakpoint. This is where I should have posted that last stuff. And it came from up here somewhere. There it is. It came from up here. And it needs to live here. A through J. We're going to go through and delete a bunch of this stuff. I'm really interested in how much of this I can get done. I do not know if I'm going to have POP3 VST-ified, although I am so very close that it shouldn't be a very big change. However, I must promise myself not to keep going past 5. This is just the kind of day when I would be like, no, I'm going to go until 7 and get all the things done. And that's bad for me. So we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to just try to do the basics. Because this is too close to that 110% stuff I keep talking about. Where I do better if I'm not even trying to be 99% literally all the time. So when stuff starts going wrong and I start really seriously scrambling, that can be no bueno. Let's see what we got here. We want to copy some of these things over. Also, we want to specify what their initial values are. Threshold 1, half, half, half. Threshold 1, half, half, half. Range, half, ratio 1. Okay. Fumbling a bit, but it's okay. We'll get there. There. Threshold half, threshold half and 1. Okay. That means we can skip down to here to put in the names where they belong. So let's little finger dances. So unlike the control surface, with this, it's associated with these things, so I can have just full attack and release. Unlike in console, where everything is much more attenuated, because I have no words for any of it. And this, at least, since these are sandwiched between fire threshold and fire and stone threshold and stone, we get to use that. And range is the Kalman filter. And ratio applies to both, which is not how we would necessarily do it in anything else. But in this one, we don't have enough controls. So we have to. Param A through J. I do not know if there is useful things to put here. Perhaps not. The happy thing about that is that if that is true, then we don't need to deal with it anymore. So we're on to the processor section, which comes from here. And this is already wired in stereo, because I made a version of POP in stereo. Specifically, both of these things in stereo are moderately linked. They're not fully linked, but they are moderately linked. And this is for use in stereo purposes. Let's see, where are we at? This is not smooth, so I needn't worry about that. So from overall scale on down to here. Like this. Now, time to start doing these over with the letters that are one letter behind what the other bit is. And that is goofy, but there you go. Nobody called this Logic Busters. That's a favorite reference from Mythbusters. That's the one where they're trying to do the spinning bullet in the Arctic, or at least a very cold place in the mountains in California. And so Tori Belleci is like, I know it must seem weird that we're firing a gun into a lake that we are standing on, but nobody called this Logic Busters. It's crack up at that. That's very funny. C to B, D to C. E2, I'm kind of trying to look for places that I might need to pay better attention to, but I'm not seeing them. E to D. Then from here, D, F to E. F, G. H. Still looks good. I. Giving it the stink eye to make sure that the selection is in the right place. K to J. That should be correct. We might be very close to hitting play and seeing what it did. I hope so anyway. And scooch down to here and replace all of this section with this. I don't see any other places where I'm doing sample rate. I think that might actually have done it. This is a bear to code, I will say. This is not easy to get working, and hopefully it's working adequately. I have had a bunch of varying reactions to my compression plugins. Occasionally I run across somebody who just falls in love and is like, oh my God, this is amazing. And I'm able to do certain things very effectively, but it is definitely on the tricky and daunting side. So there we go, from here to here. And that's going to go from there, so we don't use a dry sample because that is actually coming from elsewhere. We do have a ratio, but it's not being used this way. So let's see. From dry sample on down and boom. That looks like it, and I don't think we have anything else going on there. And then on down to here, and same deal. Not using the dry sample, and right down to there. Boom, boom, boom. Does it compile? Yes, it does. Hit it twice to be sure. Not impossible that maybe I could get pop 3 if it's really well behaved. I'm not sure. What I am sure is, here's the updated version of the component. The VST, which I am copying to its home. Yeah, because if this works, I just have some very simple updates to do to make it work. And now we've got a drum track sitting around here, and that is an obvious way to hear what's happening without struggling too much with getting it to do obvious sounds. I mean, it's doing obvious sounds because it's making sounds, but stone vibe, stone whatever, stone thing, stone fire comp. There it is. There it is without fire or stone. Here's the amount of boosting we get to do. There's just only fire. Ability to boost. Sure enough, back up you go. Stone channel. Ability to attenuate. Yes, it seems to be working. Faster attack. Slower attack. Ability to do fast release. Extra slow release. This is expected. It's supposed to do that. And range. Only the deepest lows. Lots of highs, but not all of them. Here's where the release starts zipping around and doing interesting things. With even faster attack, it'll do it more radically. So we can get a sort of dead mouse like, what did he call that? An LFO kind of thing going on. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, power user, this is a terrible time to ask me that. Wait until Thursday. I am far from being able to coherently talk about any of those things right now. But by God, Stonefire Comp VST form lives. That clearly worked. So, only thing remaining is, do I try to do pop 3 in 10 minutes? Because I don't think there's anything to fix here. I think it's basically ready to attempt to make work. So it might just be possible, because a lot of the time spending that I'm spending the time on in struggling and having a terrible time and pulling my hair out and beating myself to death with a water bottle is that stuff is going terribly wrong. But this one, I don't think that's going to happen. This is what I made the other one from, and the other one went wrong. This would be POP3. It would be POP3 stereo rather than POP3 mono, which is a end-to-end audio unit plugin that could also do quadraphonic or whatever if you wanted. And this doesn't need to do that. Let's see. POP-F is its subtype. Let's just see how doable this is. And this one is set up the way that I was expecting. And we've got another, oh, it's got only 8 parameters. Cool, okay, okay. We'll make that work. A through H, so we don't even need to recalculate that stuff. That'll save some time. 8. And I'm going to keep up a running line of babble. I cannot guarantee it'll make any sense. So A to H, very good. Very good, very good. All very fun and all. And so here's where we define variables. So I need to, oh, look at that. We have very little in the way of variables for this little puppy. We've just got a couple of things. And the gate is a stereo gate because we don't want it bouncing from side to side. But the other thing is another thing because we do want it not to just be hard linked, it's soft linked. That's the same. That is the case for the other one that we just saw too, but it's now that's like quadratic because it's like frequencies and Kelvin and soft linked from left to right, and all of that is present, but it is not really doing anything. Let's see how messy this gets. A through H. Good, good. So far, so good. H file gone. This one, A through H. We're going to want to go back to where we just were for that because we need to set up the default settings. Default settings, bring them on. They live here. We've got a lot of 0.5s and some 1s and 0s. So there's a 1 and a 0. Then a 0. And then the 0.5s, which are the ratio sustain and release or ratio attack and release. We tested it, it basically worked. Back over to another file to find out where we initialized the values, which are not many because we've only got a couple of little values. These all look to be 0 to 1, good. That was what I was hoping I was going to see. Last thing you want is to have to do a bunch of weird things. Comp left, right, and gate start at 1. So we're going to have to go, let's see, A through H. Good, good, good. I can figure that stuff out. Kind of like this. Let's make it happen. It will be an exciting little finish if I am able to did this in the last 5 minutes. Because that feels a little... I mean, thank heavens I didn't drink more coffee, right? Because this is becoming ridiculous. But then... these coding streams often feel rather ridiculous to me. It's like, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. What is going on? And that's usually when there's a bug. And then I'm able to solve the bug. And it's like, oh, goodness. Thank heavens. That took years off of my life, that bug. And onwards we go. Back over to the H file. Because we've got stuff to add here. But this stuff is fine as it is. And this is going to need... sometimes I can type real quick. threshold is what I'm doing to fit that into the space. And with this, we're doing compression or gate. So we're using this shorthand. Calling that threshold again. I thresholded a bear in the woods once. No, I didn't. Damn it. There we go. No. Gee. Sustain is a different thing from attack, believe me. The gate works in a special way where it's able to kick its energy up past fully open. So it takes a while for it to come back. And when it engages, it goes through a sine-shaped cutoff frequency, meaning that there is never a sharp break from sustaining to beginning to cut off. So that looks like it worked. I'm pretty sure all of these are 0 to 1, so that part should not have any concerns, he says, hopefully. Sure enough, they look like 0 to 1, so I don't think there's going to be any concerns there. Now we got to run in and try to do this bit, because this looks done. We're going to come in just under the wire, I promise. Let's adjust the get sample rate, but this looks pretty straightforward. We're not smoothed. This is what I mean by that. It needs to be lowercase. Scooch this over here, and we actually get to use the letters that are being shown, and that's kind of handy. B, C, D, E, F, G, and last but not least, H. Well, maybe it is least, who knows. Gate release. Okay. Do a little save there, and then copy this down to the next one over, or under, because I guess it wouldn't be over because it's literally under. Boop. And there's the guts of my machine twice over. Now let's see how we're doing. Oh, my main computer says 5. Well, tell you what, I'm not going to go way over, but we might be like 2 minutes away from actually seeing this work, and I'm not going to pass that up. So let's go. Here we go from here. And there wasn't that much to it, was there? We just have to copy this. You can see it like right on the screen there. That's all there is. So with a bit of luck, copy that, and then we'll just immediately paste it into both of these places, leaving out the dry sample because we're not using it. Like that. Looking good. And then likewise here. Like that. Build. Okay, so this is exciting. Did I literally do everything on my list while only going like a minute or two over? Might be. Let's find out. Because if this works, then it worked. And let's fire up that drums again, because we can hear what it's doing on the drums quite clearly. Drum roll, well, nope, these are drums, so I don't need a drum roll from that. And stone, fire, no, not pop, not stone, fire. What am I talking about? I'm babbling again, as sometimes happens. Here's pop 3. It makes a noise. Here's the compression ratio. I'm reminding myself that I'm not using Stonefire now, that this is a broadband compressor. So ratio could be more extreme than that. And there you have it. Making it multi-band just complicates things, I think. Smush it with the ratio super hard, or not. Or threshold. Clearly it works. You can use it to accentuate parts of the sound quite effectively. Here's what the sustain is for. When you're using it anyway, you stretch it a little bit using the sustain, and that gives you fine control over that. This ratio means that we are basically not engaging it at all. Fire up the compression again. Slower attack gets you a cleaner sound on this one. Get it to engage. And bring in a little bit of that gatiness. So now we have turned that drum sound from this into a very sculpted sound. And the only reason that this is easier to arrive at than Stonefire Comp is that Stonefire Comp is a bizarre, elaborate multiband thing, which will always react a little differently than this. But I feel this is very accessible. And with that, we're done. Got all of the things done. All of the things for the day. To remind you, what that means is we did some bug fixing. So I will need to revisit K Cathedral and K Cathedral 2, but that's pretty straightforward. I've already updated it on GitHub. I just need to rebuild some of these things. And then we finish porting to VST Distance 3, Biquad Stack, Parametric, Biquad High-Low, Stonefire Comp, and Pop3. That's a rather full day, but all things considered, that means I can go into tomorrow, which I'm not streaming, and be like, I got a bunch of stuff done. So that's pretty cool, and it's fun. And I hope you folks like these when they come out. Granted, any day that I do like 6 plugins, seeing as I release them once a week, that's basically just buying me time to do things like remix songs or record new music or something. But I hope you enjoy these. And if anybody's, I'm going to have to put out Pop3 first. You do not get Stonefire Comp first, because Stonefire Comp is too hard to use. I get that it's part of console, but you don't get console X yet either. But it should be good. So on that note, I will talk to you folks later. I'm going to go off and have my tacos now. And I'll see you again on Thursday when maybe we'll work on some of the juice stuff, because maybe Sidar will come and help me do those things. If he does, the sooner I can solve that stuff, the sooner I can start putting out those plugins. And that'll be exciting too. Anywho, talk to you later. Bye-bye.